You've got your sunrise, you caught a prize, your mate and your Johnson. Party nights, summer whites, your friends and your Johnson. Rooster tails, water trails, your kids and your Johnson. Saturday nights, distant lights, your girl and your Johnson.
You and your Johnson, a way of life for over 50 years.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and the second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him. Gessler to his men was crying, but before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims upon life to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
How we doing, folks? How we doing? I am doing only moderately okay. How are you all doing? I don't know why my YouTube is still jacked up, but we'll make do with what we got, folks. As always. Tenuously okay. I feel like that's being tenuously okay is such the vibe right now that you're nailing it. I feel like I'm not doing great. I'm doing my best. Whew. Anyway. Yo!
I have to slow down with the donos for a while, but solidarity forever.
That is a-okay, Sophie Bliss. Thank you for the $20 Canadian. I very, very much appreciate them. How rough is the situation looking? Work is stressy, depressy, but I'm also passing the class I'm in. Hell yeah, Metal Kitty Mom. Love to see a chatter thrive. Did I see? Yeah, I've seen all the things. Everything. I have seen everything. I look daily into the abyssal maelstrom that is our news cycle and see everything. Do you believe the Medicaid cut will pass through the Senate like it does through the House? Well, it'll depend on whether the Democrats hold the line and force Republicans if they want to try and keep that into a government shutdown situation. So we'll see. Depends on how the reconciliation process goes. Did I see that Kyle of Secular Talk is battling Tim Pool? You know, I heard about it. I tried to look it up, and then just realized I don't care. I don't care. It feel like all of that feels so small, you know? Like I barely have time to get through what we got to talk about. Oh.
You have a MAGA Republican? Sounds like you got to be calling him every day. Become his new best buddy that he hates. Become his best frenemy. We have 2 of the 3 Johns required to complete the Trinity. Haven't been able to catch it live in a while, but your VODs are always so informative and comforting. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Also, it's gonna be VODs for a bit until I can scrounge up enough time to actually, like, sit down and edit not edit, but, like, prune all of my highlights from, Twitch. Sucks. Yeah, honestly, a shutdown situation is a best case scenario for us. Well, you don't need to leave multiple calls per day because the staffers that listen to them or take the calls or go through the voicemails only count 1 call per day, and it has to be on a different subject each day. Did you look at the page I suggested? Salmon Moose, I don't. I'm trying so hard to keep my head above water. And I'm so sorry, but I don't remember the page you suggested. I've just been doing my best. In the process of linking 2 DSAs in my state to coordinate bigger action. Hell yeah! Trying to make your life easier. Oh, I did look at that page, but that page largely seemed like it was just like, "Hey, did you know you can upload your Twitch highlights to YouTube?" And that's what I've been doing. Whew. Yo,
Here's
Andrew
some
S.
cash to help. Just got done with a telephone town hall with my rep CA 45. Lots of people are concerned about the government overreach, cuts, firings and funding freezes. A purple seat too.
Well, that sounds really productive. I'm glad. Did you let your rep have a piece of your mind? Boop boop boop. Also, thank you for the $10 super chat, Andrew S. Medical experts are shocked by this one small trick streamers use to deal with stress. Ignore their chatter suggestions. Oh.
Reminder to chat. Before you ask if Jack has seen or read something, remember that she is the world's most adorable panopticon and modulate your posts accordingly.
It's true.
Hope this helps.
I can see you right now. God. When I call, in what way should I deliver the message? Should I be short about the point I'm making, or do I add a little emotional appeal to my call? I mean, keep it concise, but you can add in, like, why something is important to you. Yeah. What are the odds the Senate's final vote is hell no on gigantic Medicaid and food stamps cut? 0. The Senate, whatever the Senate's final vote is gonna be on the budget, it's gonna be very fucking close. Remember that Medicare was saved by one senator who was on death's doorstep, unexpectedly showing up to the Senate to vote against destroying it. So that we're talking those kinds of margins. Whew. Also, folks. Wasn't that Obamacare and John McCain? Yeah, but sorry, Obamacare. Healthcare, generally speaking. The Affordable Care Act. There we go. CF3300, I don't know. I can't prognosticate. All I know is the only thing we can do to affect that outcome in a positive direction is get more and more people angry, vocal, and involved in protests. That's the best I can tell you. You know, make sure you're calling your elected representatives. Get everyone you know and is willing to do the same. Like I can't tell you we're in the cool zone. Anyone who's saying anything with a sense of like finality to it, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Alan Showerman, thank you for the $5 super chat. Random, I'm a trans musician. I want to just be seen as a normal person who happens to be trans, like normal lyric topics, but open. Any advice? You know, the degree to which you can be seen as normal is going to vary depending on whatever scene you're in, whatever portion of society you're in, you know, like it's going to depend on a number of different factors. Passing will probably help to some degree, but like if you're in the middle of nowhere in a conservative state, what being perceived as a normal person is going to be like is going to be vastly different from what being a normal person in New York or LA is going to be, you know? Um and honestly my advice is fuck being a normal person. Be an exemplary person. Be an incredible person. Um being normal is very overrated. Honestly, the best advice I can give you is just to be yourself, as weird and as quirky and as wonderful as that is, you know? It takes guts, but people are attracted to that. I think it's one of the reasons why so many people tend to gravitate towards trans folks, because there's something enviable in our unabashed ourselves-ness, you know? You're already amazing for coming out. True! Also, folks, if you happen to be in Iowa, make sure you're calling your state reps as well. This is a mission for all of you Iowa folks out there. Call your state representatives because Iowa Republicans are trying to fuck you over if you're trans. They're trying to amend the state's civil rights code to allow discrimination against trans people. You know, just in case you had any doubts about their intentions. Disgusting. Yeah. There are gonna be some things that are popping up that, like, normally I think would be, like, a full topic to talk about, but, like, I just don't have the bandwidth to, like, discuss some of these in depth. It's just kinda like, yep, one of the blurbs. They're trying to, take away your rights in Iowa.
I'm usually in favor of universal programs, but I'm worried that universal background checks will reveal all the crimes I, allegedly, committed in Andromeda.
Yeah, I've been trying to get away from the crimes, I committed near, the Betelgeuse, star system, and they just keep following me around. Goddamn alien pigs. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. There's just so much. There is just so much, you know, like, normally I feel like we could dedicate a whole lot of time to Donald Trump tweeting out or truthing out an AI video that is absolutely fucking insane. Look at this.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here.
Also, like, just real quick, y'all don't want this. Y'all are explicitly trying to kill people who look like this in America. The fuck?
Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza number one. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza number one.
There's just so much going on there to unpack. Like, they're ramping up the genocide in Gaza and the West Bank. I believe just a couple days ago, Netanyahu rolled out tanks into the West Bank, and they're continuing to displace tens of thousands of people. It's bad. It's really, really awful. That gives off so many icky feels. Well, yeah, because they're talking about building some kind of resort casino town over the bones of, like, slaughtered Palestinians. Yeah. Yeah, the IDF also invaded southern Syria on the pretext of creating a Druze autonomous zone. They are forbidding, like, the movement of troops in Syria from south of Damascus. It's a whole fucking mess over there, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk are giving Netanyahu carte blanche to do whatever the fuck he wants with no no pushback. It is the worst case scenario for Palestinians. It's a lot, and I wish we could, like, spend a whole lot of time talking about it, but we got to talk about a lot of stuff right here. Okay, we got a lot to talk about. Yeah, John Thune is like, there is a sizable contingent among the Republicans that knows that they have one shot at this and they don't care anymore. They don't give a fuck because they know if they come out the other side of this with those tax cuts, they're all going to be set for life in whatever industry lobbying gig they get next, you know? It's awful. Awful. Also, this is awful. Elon Musk is dealing to himself. He's awarded himself the FAA contract to modernize FAA systems, and it's like it's crazy. Literally, they've been modernizing FAA systems while firing mechanics and the air traffic controllers. And this happened literally yesterday, Chad.
This near miss that's happened at Midway Airport. Stunning video showing the Southwest Airlines flight dodging a small plane as it crossed the runway just as the larger aircraft was coming in for a landing. Let's watch this here. Well, goes her look.
Hey guys, you'll never believe what air traffic controllers do. They prevent, a gigantic aircraft from colliding with one another. Whoever that pilot is an absolute goddamn hero, because so many people could have died. So many people could have died. The videos are so loud. Look, you could deal with it. It's so frustrating to see constantly. And there's like very little we can do other than continuing to protest Elon Musk. Like one of the things that the goal of like the Tesla takedown and orgs like that, one of their goals is to wreak enough economic damage against the companies Elon Musk has interest in until they basically kick him out of holding shares in that company. And that's, actually the plan in that regard is going relatively well. Tesla has lost about a quarter of its stock value since the beginning of these protests. And just today alone, Elon Musk lost $7 billion due to the stock dropping on Tesla. So it's a lot. Yeah, some analysts are expecting it to drop an additional 25%. They think it's going to drop a full 50% from where it was because of these protests. It's possible we could even push it lower, And yeah, I mean, Elon Musk losing $100 billion of wealth is only good. It's only good for the world. Yeah, I mean, after he loses $100 billion, he has something like $270 billion left. But you know what? We'll work on that when we get to it, We'll start with Tesla, and then we'll cycle through other ones. We'll figure out where else he's got his funds squirreled away in, Well, think of it this way. $7 billion is 2% of his wealth, and that doesn't sound like a big deal until you remember that's 2% of his wealth gone in one day. That's one day. What happens in 50 days? What happens in 100 days? That's not that much time, chat. Couldn't help the stock price when the trucks combust and the truck is literally falling apart. Yeah, it also doesn't help the stock price when European sales drop by 50%. Also doesn't help the stock price when like parts of their premier truck are falling off. Also doesn't help the stock price when like, it looks ugly as shit. Yeah, Anadexis, one of the things we have to talk about is just what is coming here. So there was a piece today in the Telegraph titled "Economists Worry a Trump Session is on the Way." And I do like that we're already branding it as with Trump's name, because I think everyone who's suddenly feeling economically destitute should be able to appropriately triangulate where their pain is coming from, and it's coming straight from Donald Trump and anyone who supported him, right? But one of the interesting things in that piece is a quoting of uh, the U.S. Economic Policy Uncertainty
This is about
Index.
2% of my current wealth. I'm just like Elon now.
Sam News, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. This is maybe one of the wildest things I've seen related to the economic situation. Mr. Slock said it is a mystery as to why credit spreads and equities are still so well behaved when the U.S. Economic Policy Uncertainty Index was now higher than at any time during the Great Recession. And this is a measure of how certain people feel about the projected economic outlook. And yeah, we're literally at a higher uncertainty than in 2008. Is it a mystery? Well, no, the mystery is why the markets haven't yet responded to this high level of uncertainty. The mystery is not why people are uncertain. The mystery is why have the markets not yet reacted in accordance with this level of uncertainty. Usually you would see that reflected in the market, and if we're not seeing it now, it means we're imminently going to be, barring like some kind of analysis that is just that just hasn't been done yet to make this make sense. So I don't know. Like I saw this and I was like, oh shit. Yeah, and Anadexis, it could be that people are still spending money even with uncertainty. And that's probably the case. But also, you know, some of the credit reporting that I've seen is bad. Like a lot more Americans are putting stuff on credit than in previous years, recent years. This level of uncertainty, that amount of stuff being paid on credit, there's going to be a reckoning at some point soon, and it's going to be devastating, you know? I would imagine that a lot of local economies have been propped up by federal spending, and that federal spending is just not being spent. People are going to feel this, and I don't know what will happen uh when the chickens come home to roost, you know? Well, Bastion, again, creating a recession is good for the wealthy. Wealthy people do well in a recession, right? Wealthy people tend to do better because they can buy up assets that then appreciate in value when the recession finishes. Yeah, Eddie, I imagine. Eddie writes, I'm a debt collector and the credit card department of my company is eating well. Yep. Yep. If a recession is bad enough, even wealthy people lose everything. Yeah, but not like the wealthy people. And honestly, they only care about themselves, generally speaking. So I don't know that they're that concerned about any of the other wealthy folks who might get, some blowback on this. Ay, ay, ay. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, the economic indicators are quite bad. And when you combine it with some of the stuff that's going on, it's just wild. Another contributor to uncertainty is the fact that we can't really trust the government's reporting on numbers or spending or anything like that anymore, because they're just lying. Drop site news has been doing a really great job here, but NPR has obtained a State Department document revealing that the Biden administration planned to allocate only $483,000 in the 2025 fiscal year for electric vehicle purchases, far less than the $400 million drop site revealed was being set aside for Tesla vehicles under the Trump administration until a recent quiet revision to the procurement document. A former White House official familiar with the
Sorry,
plans...
member of the Ingalls class of selfishness.
Sake Tanuki, I appreciate you being the Engels to my Marks. I appreciate it immensely. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Former White House official familiar with the plan suggested the $400 million allocation to Tesla was a deliberate move, not a clerical error. Yeah, basically they're trying to do like dealing to Tesla, but then trying to claim it's a clerical mistake. Whoopsie daisy, we didn't actually mean to do that. Haha. Like nothing they're saying can be relied upon. It's ridiculous. And they're doing it on purpose. It's not that they're genuinely making any mistakes here. Yeah, it's a crew of thieves and liars, to be sure. Also, can we just take a moment to... This was tweeted out by Ryan Peterson. Why is this plane not flying in a straight line? And it was replied to by one Elon Musk, who replied, it should be. And as you can see, this is a flight from San Francisco to Houston, and it goes over Los Angeles. That's crazy. Huh. I can't. And guys, I know that like Elon Musk responding to it and saying it should be is like a nail in the coffin, so to speak. But like this Ryan Peterson guy is a CEO of a global logistics company. How are you the CEO of a global logistics company and you don't know why planes fly around mountains? I just can't. Like, if anyone ever tries to sell you on the line that CEOs and people who run companies got there on the basis of merit because they understand things real good and they're just so smart, they have to be the CEO. You know, that's what it means to run a company. You're just the smartest birthday boy there. They are lying to you, or they are dumb as shit, and you should disregard their opinion. God. It's almost like airplane flight patterns are complicated, and you need well-trained people in order to map out different things like jet streams or air currents. And, you know, how those things respond to geographic features like fucking mountain ranges.
Which level of hell are we in? Wawa wawa snas nasna.
Wawa wawa snas naza as well to you, Andrew S. Or other planes. Or, you know, understanding that planes are made out of machines and metal and may sometimes need to land in case of emergency. So you plan a route that has a plane going over different landing locations and having an efficient, fuel efficient journey that makes use of airstreams and such. No, the Amber Brains, the thing that is confusing you is that this guy thinks that all planes most efficiently travel in straight lines to their destination, which is just not how that works. That's just not how planes work. Ah! Clearly you just fly the piece of metal directly into the thunderstorm. Yeah, exactly. I just Did you already go over the gold cards? No. I gotta be honest, I wasn't even planning on talking about the gold cards because I feel like it's just it's one of the most obvious things in the universe to these people. But yeah, Donald Trump is just allowing rich people to become citizens.
As someone who has done ground school for pilots, a large reason planes fly through certain cities is that the airline is based in that city, parts and repair.
Logistical reasons. Indeed, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for your insight and for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yeah, for those of you who haven't heard, Donald Trump is opening up an express, instead of a green card, a gold card, where if you have $5 million, you can effectively buy US citizenship. That, if you're poor, you gotta spend tens of thousands of dollars to get in here, okay? On lawyers and lodging outside of the country for years. But if you're rich, come right on in. Yay, are you a leader of an organized crime syndicate? Come on in. Ugh. It's so things are just bad, guys. And one of the worst stories coming out here is that you've all heard that the Republicans want to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, right? Like I've been tooting that horn for days and days and days now. And one of the things that is hardest for them to touch is Social Security. So, not citizenship, residency. Sure. Sell it to the highest bidder. Oh, he wants the gold card to also include Russian oligarchs. He explicitly said that. Disgusting. At what point is it definitionally treason? Hard to say. But as I've been telling you guys, they want to cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. One of the hardest of those three to cut is Social Security. And so in order to get around that, what they're doing is they are simply making Social Security more and more difficult to actually get. And by making it more difficult to get, I mean they are closing 50% of their field offices for Social Security. According to the American Prospect, Social Security Administration could cut half its workforce. Sources tell the Prospect that a meeting called for a 50% reduction in an agency that millions rely on for benefit implementation. Yeah, it's really, really bad. I can say that AFGE is steadfastly opposed to any reduction in force to any employees, noting that the agency is at a 50-year staffing low and mired in a customer service crisis because Republicans have long known that one of the things they can do to get people kicked off of Social Security is to understaff the department. But what they're trying to do now is just close most of the offices. It's great. Good stuff. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah, they had a total of 1,232 field offices at the end of 2023. And those offices see an average of close to 120,000 visitors per day. 120,000 people are processed through these facilities, and they want to cut those facilities in half. The only reason you do this is to kick Mima off her Social Security. That's it. It's so bad. Also, David Dane doing great work at the Prospect. Just gotta shout him out. One of my dear friends works with processing papers between hospital and insurance. She's having a real bad time right now. I bet. I bet. My experience in the Social Security Administration was already severely understaffed. Literally, the only way they can cut it is shutting down branches. They cannot cut staff any more than they have. Exactly. That's kind of the point. Like, they're just going to shutter branches, hoist the work onto the remaining branches, hope to overload them, and de facto kick them off. That's what they're doing instead of actually cutting the budget. My Mima doesn't give a shit. I think you will find that all of the Republican folks who don't give a shit are going to suddenly give a huge shit when they don't get the check they rely on to live. You know, like that's kind of the whole thing that they're doing here. Yeah, and obviously this is going to affect people on Social Security disability the most. You know, it's going to be harder for them to cut through and receive their benefits. And it's going to disproportionately affect minority groups and the disabled. It's gonna hurt. And they might not give a shit now, but they are, you know, disaffected Republicans and non-voters alike. They're gonna get a rude wake-up call. And I hope that by the time they get it, it's not
I've
too
tried
late.
to get Social Security, and it's already a painful process.
Yeah, it was already not a fun thing to try and do. Yeah. It's absolutely rough out there, guys. Now, let's get to what I was talking about at the beginning of stream. Folks, we are in a bit of kind of an end game constitutional crisis maneuver. So, remember how several days ago, it's only been several days. I was talking about how the courts have been doubling down and saying, okay, you didn't listen to our first order, you have to listen to our second one, right? If you don't listen to it by X time, we will, you know, there will be consequences on you guys. And the question has always been, what happens when, like, who enforces those consequences? What actually happens here? Because that's what's going to kind of determine where this crisis goes, right? And a federal judge, Ali, who's been overseeing one of the USAID lawsuits, issued an ultimatum that by midnight tonight, the funding for U.S. aid had to be released, and U.S. aid debts had to be paid for foreign assistance. And that was supposed to be happening midnight, right?
You don't have to sing to me if you don't want. I know we're in heavy times and discussing heavy topics, but I wanted to send some love to my favorite streamer on my
No!
birthday. Thanks for all you do.
Well, Brianna Huffman, I will sing to you. Don't you worry. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
If the Democrats ever get back in control, I wouldn't be against a 2-generation ban on all government benefits to members of current GOP's families.
I mean, I think I would settle for every elected GOP official that went along with this madness being imprisoned. I don't think that would be asking too much. But Brianna Huffman, this is for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Brianna Huffman. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday, Brianna Huffman. Thanks for being one of the realest chatters. Gotta sing someone a happy birthday, right? Collect divided. Thank you very much. I do like to sing occasionally on the stream. But so we've been teetering on this constitutional crisis. USAID, the deadline came and went for the first court order. The judge said, all right, you have until midnight tonight, midnight 2 days from now, which is tonight, to pay this. And the Trump administration appealed it up to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court issued, and I think this was just like, was this an hour and a half ago? AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition et al. Order. Upon consideration of the application of counsel for the applicants, it is ordered that the February 25th, 2025 orders of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, case number blah, 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 are hereby stayed pending further order of the undersigned or of the court. It is further ordered that any response to the application be filed on or before Friday, February 28th, 2025 by 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So that comes to us courtesy of Supreme Court Justice Roberts. And yeah. So basically, the can got kicked. They kicked the can down the road by like 2 days. And the Roberts has some cause for doing this because the emergency got sent up the flagpole like earlier today. He clearly wants the Supreme Court to be able to convene and discuss it before issuing a decision. It's not that they didn't say they won't do the case. They're just they're putting a temporary stay on the carrying out of the federal court's order to figure out what the Supreme Court is going to say. So that's kind of what's going on there, guys. We almost came to a head where like we were going to find out what happened if a federal court ordered the Fed to do something and they didn't do it. We came real close today, and the can got kicked down until Friday. So I guess we will find out on Friday what happens. That's where we're at. Watch it get delayed again. It's entirely possible, but the issue is there's such a shitstorm of legislation coming down the pipeline that they aren't going to be able to do that for everything, you know? Eye of the River, potentially they could continue kicking it down the road ad nauseum forever, but realistically, they're not going to do that because it's not like it's just this one case. It's like a bajillion cases. That technical term there, bajillion. So yeah, that's where we're at with the constitutional crisis in the courts. But I just wanted to bring it up because there might have been some way where people tuning into the stream are just like, "Well, I thought we resolved that." No, we're still very solidly in the cool zone, folks. That's just these court cases and Supreme Court orders and how the president and the White House and the federal government are going to react to those judiciary rulings are like a gigantic sword of Damocles hanging over us constantly. And I don't know which way it's going to go. You know? Like I do see a lot of the questions folks ask in chat constantly, and it's like I can't give you a solid answer on what's going to happen, you know? What's the cool zone again? The cool zone is where we're in a position where a lot of good things that couldn't normally happen are possible, but also a lot of bad things that couldn't normally happen are possible. It's a time of expanded possibilities, for better and worse. And that's kind of where we're at. Interesting times? Yeah, interesting times. Yeah, like there are so many unresolved questions, like who on the Supreme Court is solidly in the fascist camp? Who on the Supreme Court is just a normal, like, old school conservative? Who, or, the kind of conservative that still believed in some semblance of liberalism as like an underlying concept. They're not the same as like as the fascist folks currently in our government. So that question hasn't been resolved yet in my mind. I'm so sick of interesting times, right? Wouldn't it be nice to just have like a few days where it's like relatively not, existentially horrifying to pay attention to what's going on all around us? I would love to not just be like aghast in existential horror at what's happening, Totally unrelated to our current times, our current wider political concerns, but just real quick, I need to take time out of my day to talk about this. So I've always stood up for Amaranth on the basis of I think sex work is work. I think sex workers deserve to be paid. I think that like people shit on sex workers for no goddamn reason other than their own insecurities. And I will always stand with sex workers because they have been beaten down for way too long. That being said, fuck Amaranth. On a recent stream where she was reacting to an Asmongold video, she, well, how do I put it, chat? These interesting times we're in provide people an opportunity to show you their true character and their true worth. And a lot of people are showing their worth and their actual selves. And their actual selves are not that too different from someone wearing a Ku Klux Klan robe.
And you could 9 times out of 10 figure out exactly why they're saying what they're saying.
Give the crazies to all of California. It's already land of fruits and nuts. Yeah, we can give them California. I'm fine with that. They can live in LA. It's fine.
It has been 1 month since Southern California exploded in a fierce fire tore through the Palisades and beyond.
Just a few hours later, on the other side of LA County,
fine with me.
another deadly fire breaks out, the Eaton Fire. It raced across Altadena and Pasadena. The two fires charred more than 37,000
Right there.
acres,
They can all live.
destroyed
That sounds
over
like a lovely
16,000
community.
structures, and cost 29 people their lives.
Too bad it didn't cause the right people their lives.
And you
Yeah, in case you need a. Yeah, she's not. She looking rough. I don't know what the hell is going on in her life, but frankly, I don't give a shit. No amount of roughness happening in your life justifies you getting on a live stream with an audience of, I assume, tens of thousands. That seems about the ballpark for an Amaranth type. And saying that queer people should burn to death in fires. I don't care what your circumstances are, but saying that queer people should burn alive is never something that can really be explained away. It's kind of like one of those things where like someone goes on like a virulent anti-Semitic rant and then it's like, oh, well, I was just drunk. I didn't mean it. It's like, you kind of meant it, right? Like, that was lurking somewhere inside of you. Fix your goddamn heart. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not carrying water for this genocidal maniac anymore. This fucking homophobic bigot. Yeah, Max left. I stood up for her when she was having issues on stream in the past with like the guy who was abusing her. I know plenty of queer people, plenty of queer sex workers who stood up for her, and she's telling all of those people, fuck you, go die in a fire for being gay. People are showing you the kind of person they are right now, chat. This time of pressure is also a time of testing. It's a proving ground for character.
100% some sex workers are even asexual.
True.
It really is a job and it should be treated as such and legalized, regulated for workers' protection. Emo.
True. Oh, does it? Okay, never mind. I said tens of thousands of viewers for Amaranth. That's that's very generous of me. She averages around 2,000 to 1,500, somewhere in there. Yeah, sometimes up to almost 3K. That's pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't fuck with bigots. Why do people think it's ever okay to celebrate any natural disaster? Because bad people celebrate natural disasters when they think it happened to bad people. You know? Like, there's a not insignificant number of folks who are like, the United States deserves hurricanes because gay people, you know? And they hit big cities because the gays live there. It's just hatred. Hatred ages you. It makes you ugly inside and out, you know? I don't get why. Does she think throwing us to the wolves will save her sex work career? No, guys, you're overthinking it. You're genuinely, you're overthinking it. These types of bigots view like the election of Donald Trump as like their permission slip to say all the things they were hiding before, right? There are literally interviews with like Wall Street traders who are like, finally, I can say the R slur again because Donald Trump's in office. It's not complicated. She's just comfortable being openly homophobic and bigoted. That's it. It's just the mask coming off. Or I guess in some cases the mask being put on. You know, in the case of white pointed hoods. Exactly, Max left. You got it. Will it still be worth it when they're screwed over by their orange messiah? I don't know. Who can say? What did queer people ever do to her that hate is undeserved? Well, yeah, bigotry is never justified. I don't see Asmongold serious enough to see him as an activist. I don't know. I think Asmongold is actually one of the bigger threats on streaming platforms right now, largely because his viewership is huge. Yeah, he at one point had 283,753 viewers. That's crazy. Yeah, he has an average viewership of 33,000 people. That's a lot, guys. That's a fuck ton. If you look at like most of the videos he puts out on his YouTube, it's crazy. Like just looking at a video he put up 23 hours ago, it's 412,000 views. A video from a day ago, over 1 million. You know, like the thing is, he does a lot of gaming centric content, but in between the gaming, he does politics. And he has a video from a day ago titled Trump is consistent as fuck. Like, this guy, in order to understand why I find him so insidious, this guy literally goes and does Holocaust revisionism on his streams and in his videos. He tells people that like parts of the Holocaust didn't happen or were overblown. He's just asking questions. And let me tell you guys, when you've gotten to the just asking questions portion of being a streamer and talking about the Holocaust, you are already fucking cooked, dog. You are already like mainlining that Nazi propaganda. Okay?
This is an absolute.
Yeah, like, guys, this is a 10-minute long video, all right? From 10 days ago. Over 1 million views. Over 1 million views. Also, Toph the Goblin, thank you for the 10 memberships over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Immensely, immensely, immensely.
Absolute rock bottom moment for the legacy media. According to Face the Nation host Margaret Brennan, the Holocaust happened because of genocidal Nazi regime, which defined totalitarian for the 20th century, allowed too much free speech. This is a crazy exchange. Does media really think the Holocaust was caused by free speech? Fuck it, we'll take a risk. We'll watch this. There's a lot of people talking about it. I'm actually really curious what this is.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship
I have to disagree with
was
you.
specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history.
That's not true. There were other political parties. They just killed all of the political parties. And by the way, guys, the reason the CBS host is saying what she's saying is because Nazi propaganda and censorship, according to the Holocaust Encyclopedia. When the Nazis came to power in 1933, the German Constitution guaranteed freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Huh. Starting in 1934, it was illegal to criticize the Nazi government. Even telling a joke about Hitler was considered treachery. And it turns out one of the things Nazis did was, on their ascent to power, proclaimed their belief in free speech. And then the second they got in power, they censored everything that they disagreed with. Does it sound familiar? A playbook we might be seeing unfolding right before our eyes now, perhaps.
Well, he was...
I've got to listen to this again.
Standing in a country where free speech...
Where's the longer form version of this? There's got to be, like, where this...
Where's the longer form video of this? It's not like... I'm just going to continue scrolling through Twitter. It's not like I could Google Face the Nation, something that is on the screen in each one of these, to find the original video. I'm just going to continue scrolling through instead of, you know, going to the goddamn fucking YouTube channel and taking a look. Oh, God. From 10 days ago? Do I have to dig it up? Maybe I do. Two weeks ago. All right. You overshot a little bit. Looking for little Marco Rubio. Little Marco. Little Marco. Where are you, little Marco? All right.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is in Jerusalem on the second leg of his...
That not just now, but for 30 years. War, and if opportunities present themselves to further that, we're going to take them if they present themselves in Moscow and in Washington, D.C.
From within, and he lectured about what he described as censorship, mainly focusing, though, on including more views from the right. He also met with the leader of a far-right party known as the AfD, which, as you know, is under investigation and monitoring by German intelligence because of extremism. What did all of this accomplish other than irritating our allies?
Marco Rubio does not look good, Doug.
Why would our allies or anybody be irritated?
This man looks like he's being haunted by 3 ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future as we speak.
By free speech and by someone giving their opinion. We are, after all, democracies. The Munich Security Conference is largely a conference of democracies in which one of the things that we appreciate the fact they have a right to say it and that you should listen to. Why anybody would be upset about it. People are allowed, against things like safety and I agree with him and all democracy.
Our allies.
Makes it our thing with someone's speech to at least appreciate the fact they have a right to say it and that you should listen to it and see whether those criticisms are valid. I assure you, the United States has come under withering criticism on many occasions from many leaders in Europe, and we don't go around throwing temper tantrums about it.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship
I have to disagree with
was
you.
specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide.
So the clip that's been going around omits the preamble after the first question, which is, hey, our leaders are palling around with folks who, defend Nazism. And his response is free speech. And she's like, well, but like in Nazi Germany, like the rise of the Nazis was aided by their shielding, hiding behind the shield of free speech. And the second they got in power, they legislated against that same right. And he, of course, goes and takes it in like, how could you say that direction? Okay, we got the context.
This is crazy. Okay, this is a 3-minute one.
And so I think if anyone's angry about his word, they don't have to agree with him, but to be angry about it, I think actually makes his point. I thought it was actually a pretty historic speech, whether you agree with him or not. I think the valid points he's making to Europe is we are concerned that the true values that we share, the values that bind us together with Europe, are things like free speech and democracy and our shared history in winning 2 world wars and defeating Soviet communism and the like. These are the values that we shared in common. And in that Cold War, we fought against things like censorship and oppression and so forth. And when you see backsliding and you raise that, that's...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could ask him such better questions about the speech that J.D. Vance gave. That was literally ripping up all diplomatic relationships with Europe and saying you're on your own, fuckos, and then taking a massive shit on their dining room floor.
It's a very valid concern. We can't tell them how to run their countries. He simply expressed in a speech his view of it, which a lot of people frankly share. And I thought he said a lot of things in that speech that needed to be said. And honestly, I don't know why anybody would be upset about it. People are allowed,
There's a huge...
I don't know why anyone would be upset about the United States, the global hegemon and superpower, abandoning all of their allies and diplomatic relationships. Why would anyone be mad at that?
Opposition party in the beginning. Yeah.
You don't have to agree with someone's speech. I happen to agree with a lot of what he said, but you don't have to agree with someone's speech to at least appreciate the fact they have a right to say it and that you should listen to it and see whether those criticisms are valid. I assure you, the United States has come under withering criticism on many occasions from many leaders in Europe, and we don't go around throwing temper tantrums about it.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide.
Those eyebrows are doing a lot of work right now.
I was really hoping, so like the reason why I didn't want to watch the short clip is I was thinking to myself, there's no way, right? There's no way. This has got to be out of context. This is, but how is it? It's like that Kick streamer clip earlier where it's like, no, not only is it out of context, but it's even worse.
In a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties.
She's doing a bad job of explaining
Yes,
this.
she is doing a bad
The
job
best way to
explaining it.
contextualize this is to say Nazis shout, peach, to deflect criticism and make themselves look like the victim. You can't let them leave looking like the peach side.
Exactly. Like that's kind of the problem, right? Like the framing, like the substance is not incorrect, but the framing of it is not helpful to the point she's trying to make. Yeah. I imagine that she's probably confined by some kind of producer in her ear or something about what she can say on the air. At least I would hope that that's kind of one of the guiding reasons there, because yeah.
To extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship
I have to disagree with
was
you.
specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews.
Yeah, that just manifested out of nowhere, right, Marco? Like the genocidal authoritarian regime just sprung from the earth, fully formed, on May 10th of 1933, when the first book burnings began. You know, like, no, there was a process. And part of that process was assuming power, again, by hiding behind free speech protections in order for them to stoke up the hatred and bigotry against Jews. That was part of their rise to power. You need to be able to clearly articulate that, which she's
Quick
not doing a great job
clarification.
at.
Is making jokes about Asmongold's general appearance body shaming? If Asmongold did it to his own body? Asking for a friend.
You know, probably, but I'm also just gonna say this about Asmongold. Why shame his body when you, like, literally every other aspect of his life is shameable? You know? Like, shame Rat Clock. Shame the fucking roaches everywhere. Shame the fucking tooth wall he has. Shame his goddamn steaks. It's like, my God, it is awful. Gag-inducing. Yeah, the blood wall. Sorry, King Kerplunk, I called it the tooth wall. It's called the blood wall. From, you know, all the blood from his bleeding gums that he smears on the wall. God damn it. He's so gross.
Jews, and they hated minorities, and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany.
Oh, wait. Who else did they hate, little Marco? Little Marco Rubio. Who else did the Nazis hate? Not just the Jews. Who else?
There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history. I also think it's wrong. Again, I go back to the point of his speech. Okay, the point of his speech was basically that there is an erosion in free speech and intolerance for opposing points of view within Europe. True. And that's of concern, because that is eroding. That's not an erosion of your military capabilities. That's not an erosion of your economic standing. That's
the erosion that Marco Rubio is talking about and that Asmongold is, like, nodding along with is a reduced willingness to allow fascists open platforms. The same way a lot of platforms online don't allow you to just drop the N-word over and over and over and over again. You will get banned for that. In a similar way, you get banned from the public square in a lot of places in Europe for being an open fascist. And honestly, that's not a point against them. That's a point in their favor.
It's an erosion of the actual values that bind us together in this transatlantic union that everybody talks about. And
Little Marco's come a long way ever since 2016, hasn't he? He really has.
I think allies and friends and partners that have worked together.
Asmongold loves this shit. When people say he's not a big threat, this is literally exposing millions of impressionable youngsters to like absolutely fucking insane ideas.
How does Marco have a sunglass tan indoors?
Right? He looks really unwell. He looks really unwell.
Now for 80 years should be able to speak frankly to one another in open forums without being offended, insulted, or upset. And I spoke to foreign ministers from multiple countries throughout Europe. Many of them probably didn't like the speech or didn't agree with it, but they were continuing to engage with us on all sorts of issues that unite us. So again, at the end of the day, I think that people give all that is a forum in which you're supposed to be inviting people to give speeches, not basically a chorus where everyone is saying the exact same thing. That's not always going to be the case when it's a collection of democracies where leaders have the right.
So they're criticizing JD's speech because he's advocating for free speech
These
in
are
Europe?
the same people who will fire you for having pronouns in your bio, telling you that you're anti-free speech for not coddling Nazis enough.
It's true, Nomi Sunrider, but also Asmongold is so incurious, right? That he's not even watching the JD Vance speech that this is about. And is like, well, I guess everyone's mad at JD Vance for advocating for free speech in Europe. And it's like, what? No. That's not why people are mad at JD Vance and mad at his speech. His speech was an announcement that the US is abandoning its allies in Europe. You're all on your own, kids. The silent generals in attendance were not silent because he was defending free speech. They were silent because of the massive geopolitical implications of the vice president announcing the intent to abandon them in the face of Russian aggression. How does he have such a high view count? Reactionary content. Full stop. It's reactionary content. It's he made out like a bandit on like this kind of resurgence of Gamergate-esque like videos and folks like what's his name, the guy who pissed in his basement and shat himself in a Walmart. You guys know who I'm talking about. I haven't talked about him in a while. The Quartering. Yeah, that guy. So yeah, Jeremy, the Quartering. Aquaball, I know, but y'all are gonna have to deal with it. Yeah, the Quartering shat himself in a Walmart and bragged about it in a podcast, and now it lives forever on the internet.
That's wow.
And the privilege to speak their minds in forums such as these.
Wow.
Mr. Secretary, I'm told that we are out of time.
I fucking bet. Yeah. I bet. Yeah, bro. Time's up.
She's doing a program with like a designated time slot for network television. This isn't like a live stream where she's like, cut to break. What are you doing, dog?
Oh my God. Jesus. No, obviously they're not criticizing for that. Sure seems like that. It sure seems like that's what she said. I mean, if that's not what it was, that then it could be something else, but it sure seems like that's what she said. Absolutely. Just imagine what people would have done in the U.S. if Kamala had won. I don't know, man. And she's running. Yeah, bro, we're out of time. That's insane.
And so I think if anyone's angry.
Oh, Jess, I hope your daughter, your goddaughter, or daughter, feels better soon.
About his word. They don't have to agree with him, but to be in defeating Soviet communism and the like. These are the values that we shared in common. And in that Cold War, we fought against.
Has he never watched the news? Dude has a blood wall. Do you think he watches the news?
Things like censorship and oppression and so forth. And when you see backsliding and you raise
granddaughter,
that's a
gotcha.
very valid concern. We can't tell them how to run their countries. He simply expressed in a speech.
There have been a handful of Times articles that have criticized free speech. Well, the reason why media criticizes free speech is because free speech puts the media at risk. Because free
No! Free speech is literally the bedrock of the press. What are you talking about, dog? How? This is what passes for conservative political commentary. And the thing is, this type of political commentary appeals specifically to young children who then grow up to be incurious like this man. You know, one should see something and ask, I wonder why that is. I should maybe investigate that and do some analysis. Nope. None of that. None of that for Asmongold. No, sir.
free speech is a counterbalance to the media. The media wants themselves to be the arbiters of what's true and what's not, and
literally,
I'm not built to suck your dick.
Dude. Stop. Stop. I pressed the wrong button on the soundboard.
Ah, the worms are back.
There we
go. The worms are back.
The brain worms are back, everyone. The dick sucking soundbite is on the button right next to the worm soundbite. That's my bad.
If ignorance is bliss, then Asmongold and the Quartering must be the happiest people on earth.
One would think, but they seem miserable as fuck. You know, probably had something to do with the Quartering's white nationalist website not successfully taking off.
and if the population has free speech, then they can compromise the media. It's a power grab, really.
You don't understand the words that you're saying. You're like a child playing with a loaded gun, my dude. You don't understand what the words and phrases you have spilling out of your mouth actually mean. It's crazy. Free speech is a challenge to the media because free speech is actually a magical sword that you can pull out of your mouth. If you pull on your tongue hard enough, everyone, you can draw the sword of free speech and slay the chaos dragon that Elon Musk and Jordan B. Peterson are always talking about. Just believe. You could do anything.
It's not even ideological.
It's not even ideological, chat. What does it mean? I'm in trouble.
The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
I need a crackhead to moderate this for me.
His speech was very unprofessional and left a bad taste. A lot of people lost faith in America after that, and that's a fact. Well, I don't know if I don't know how many other people I speak for, but I'm speaking for myself at least, is that if you lose faith in America because America is advocating for freedom of speech and freedom...
He hasn't seen the speech. He's advocating for this position without understanding a single thing about what happened in that speech, other than what other people told him, other than fucking hearsay, as if he couldn't just go and look up that speech on his stream.
expression. then
I need to do more Asmongold content, but honestly, it's cancerously stupid. I need to protect myself to some degree, but I need to cover more of this guy's shit because of how hollow and empty it is. And someone out there needs to be the one yelling about how this guy is just full of shit.
I didn't want your faith to begin with.
The thing is, Brianna Huffman, the thing is, this guy gets millions of views on his content. Millions of people consistently tune into this. And there needs to be some kind of pushback specifically on this guy.
It's not worth anything.
Because right now, he's so big and so popular that when you look him up, it's a bunch of people, you know, sucking his dick constantly. And you know what? I'm built different.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
There we go. Nailed it. We worked it in. We worked it in.
Go fuck yourself.
His view of it, which a lot of people frankly share.
Isn't he bigger than Hassan? Oh yeah. Absolutely.
And I thought he said a lot of things in that speech that needed to be said. And honestly, I don't know why anybody would be upset about it. People are allowed, you know, you don't have to agree with someone's speech. I happen to agree with a lot of what he said, but you don't have to agree with someone's speech to at least appreciate the fact they have a right to say it, and that you should listen to it and see whether those criticisms are valid. I assure you, the United States has come under withering criticism on many occasions from many leaders in Europe, and we don't go around throwing temper tantrums about it.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide.
Why is he playing it again?
And he met...
Are you getting something else out of this?
...with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties.
I'm irresponsible with money and angry that people like you aren't as big as this spunk pincher. Have more money.
Brutus Magnuson, as am I. But you know, you want to know something? You want to know something great? I am not as big as this guy, but I think I can make better content. You know, like this guy just sits on his ass and pulls talking points out of his ass without any kind of critical thought whatsoever. And like, I get the same feeling watching him as what I got when I initially started streaming. After I watched a Tim Pool video for the first time, and I was like, oh, this guy's boring as shit. This guy's boring as hell. This guy doesn't give a single shit about the quality of his content or the points he's trying to make or anything like that. I can do much more interesting content about things that are actually true. And I think that we're going to be bigger.
You need to dose content that's
we're gonna do
stupid
good.
very carefully, Jack.
It's true, Iron Feathers. I do need to dose that content very carefully because it is possible to overdose on brain rot. But I'm just here to tell you guys that I'm going to incorporate a little bit more of this in here because Take
my money, BWA.
King Kerplunk, thank you for the $5 dono. I will not abide someone with millions of followers embracing like neo-Nazi defenses, you know, like nah,
The
not on my
quartering
watch.
caused you to give us your best skincare advice ever. You don't have to look like a shambling corpse.
It's true, you
Also,
don't.
Americans have never thrown a tantrum when foreign leaders criticize us.
But yeah, it's true. Do skincare. You don't have to look like a shambling corpse, like the quartering. You know what? In fact, just real quick. How's Jeremy looking these days? Just pull up the quartering video.
Alex What's going on, everyone?
Just his most recent. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. I just want to check out the like where's his skincare at?
Jeremy here from the quartering, and
holy fuck.
When the left
holy fuck
isn't melting down over Doge or I don't know, the wind. They're always obsessed with what
Dog, your camera can't focus
Joe Rogan
on
is
you.
doing. And the media is trying to, essentially prop up this wild narrative that, oh, Joe Rogan's not popular.
Dog.
Essentially prop up this wild narrative that, oh, Joe Rogan's not popular anymore because, he endorsed somebody
I just really want him to sit still for like a second so we can look at
we
his
don't
skin.
like and blah, 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 blah. Well, now.
There we go. Anyway, yeah, dog, okay? There's a product out there called Cetaphil, all right? It has like hyaluronic acid or something along those lines in it. It will help clear out the dead skin, okay? It will help make your face look like it hasn't been embalmed. And that's only going to be I'm just giving you free advice here, dog. This is it is not improved. The skincare has not improved. Yeah, use like a cleanser. CeraVe makes very good cleansers. Maybe use like some Cetaphil for like the hyaluronic acid to kind of like clean up dead skin, etc. And then you're going to want to use like maybe like some kind of body butter or body yogurt. Either one works really well to just like hydrate that skin. And I don't know, you can even get, I mean, you're a bit on the older side, Jeremy. You can start using those retinols, okay? Like you want to keep up that collagen production in your skin. Like you got to start using that, you know? Maybe like some hydrating serums. I don't know. Don't tell him body butter or he's just going to smear himself in actual butter.
Go fuck yourself.
It's true. It's true. It's true. Oh, God. I need a crackhead. I'm in trouble. Anyway.
Extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the sense...
Yeah, I know way too much about the right-wing lady who eats butter. I do, unfortunately, know way too much about Melanie Mack.
I have to disagree with you.
Specifically
that ugly-ass bitch.
About the right.
No, I have to disagree with you.
That's right, I said it.
Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily...
Yeah, who else? Who else, Lil Marco? Who was right next on that list?
The Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history. I also think it's wrong. Again, I go back to the point of his speech. Okay, the point of his speech was basically that there is an erosion in free speech.
Wow.
Why is a right-winger eating straight-up butter? Because Jordan Peterson popularized the carnivore diet, and so there are a bunch of people out there who just eat, like, meat and butter, and that's it. And one of them is a lady named Melanie Mack, someone who believed that drinking water made you weak, and as a result, wound up in the hospital several times because she got critically dehydrated. And also she's virulently homophobic and transphobic and is one of the like most disgusting people online. I don't know where you get the feeling that you have like a room to look down on folks when you're literally going to the emergency room for eating butter every day for a meal and not drinking enough water, but like all right.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
And those worms in her gut, eating that butter.
Wow. Like, how many of you guys learned that one of the big things that, like, Nazi Germany didn't like was, like, people being able to express themselves in freedom of speech? I feel like basically everybody learned that. Like, if there was anything that you learned about it, it was definitely that. I think she's trying to use the paradox of tolerance. Yeah. I think that I think she's trying to use emotional manipulation.
I think that you just changed the subject there because you don't know what the paradox of tolerance is. I think somebody said that to you and you checked out after hearing the word paradox and decided it was better to just change the subject.
Because I think that that's the only tool that these people have in order to maintain their power structure. I think that whenever logic is applied to it and the emotional manipulation is discarded, the entire premise of everything they believe falls apart. And
yeah, that's right. Because cold hard facts are definitely on the side of conservatives. You know, the people who don't believe climate change and have by far the largest contingent of people who believe the earth are flat, they're really concerned with the facts, guys. They're really concerned with facts and logic. You know, people like Asmongold, real concerned with facts and logic, but isn't going to bother watching the speech that this entire conversation has been about, and instead opt to just believe something a rando told you in your chat or on Twitter. Are you fucking kidding me? God.
And I think that that's been made clear over and over. And I think that this definitely is going to... I feel like this moment could definitely be like one of those pivotal moments, especially with like media, where like people... Like, I don't know how... I mean, maybe Elon Musk should hire the mainstream media to figure out physics, because apparently they know something that nobody else in the world does, which is how to divide your credibility, which is 0, in half. Because somehow they just keep managing to do that. It's amazing. It's absolutely incredible. How do you possibly do this? Wow. Status mean they're wizards. Yeah, they're wizards.
Man, if only he had actually watched or understood any other aspect of this conversation, you know? Like, imagine how much weight his words would carry if he'd actually watched the speech and actually understood what the speech was about instead of just going off of what some rando said. Did you know that if you learn how to divide by 0, chat, you learn physics, apparently?
I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say either, man. I took actual damage from that. Anyway, you need to find people who rely on cold hard facts, or at the very least, find someone who knows how to be a Google debunker, all right?
Google debunkers.
You need to find a good old-fashioned Google debunker, bare minimum, when you're looking at your, like, news analysis figures, okay? Like, you know, at the very least, you need people who care enough about a topic to, like, dive into it a little bit more in Google debunk. But, like, even if you're not going to get, like, higher level analysis than that, that at least shows the person you're watching can, you know, critically engage on some level with different events and topics. God. Google debunker is my new favorite word. Credit to Milo over on Mini Minute Man. Dude does great work. What can I say? Now, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit that follow button on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Like that YouTube stream. Very important that you do that. Consider sharing it around. And also, folks, consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because that's what makes the show possible. I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys, folks. Asmongold is a koala. Might have the same amount of disease as a koala has. Google T bunkers. Did I hear about the measles outbreak in Texas? Yeah. First person to die of measles in 10 years. An unvaccinated child in Texas. Sad stuff. I need to use the bathroom so badly, though, guys, so I will be right back. You guys can't sidetrack me from this mission because I will shit myself on stream, and I want to avoid that by any and all possible means. So I will BRB. Consider dropping those subs and donos while I'm gone.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims come on to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your post, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Sorry about that, folks. My YouTube playlists, for whatever reason, just aren't auto-playing, or like they go to the next video, but then I just get a black screen on the video. It's very frustrating. Sorry to leave you guys in the dark. Hello, Cannabobrex. Okay. Also, does anyone remember a few days ago when I talked about how the FDA and the CDC are no longer communicating about vaccine research as a result of RFK Jr.? I talked about how that disruption in communication was probably going to result in like either bad or no flu vaccine next year. You guys remember that? Anyway, FDA cancels meeting of vaccine experts scheduled to advise on flu shots. The cancellation plays into fears among scientists who worry that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will use his position as health secretary to sow doubts about vaccines. A panel of scientific experts that advises the Food and Drug Administration on vaccine policy and that has been the target of criticism from the health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., learned on Wednesday that its upcoming meeting to discuss next year's flu vaccines had been canceled. That's where we're at. Like, the yearly flu vaccines are going to be disrupted and either less effective this year or just not available at all. As one of the scientists noted, it's a 6-month production cycle. So one can only assume that we're not picking flu strains this year. And for those of you who are wondering, well, why do they need to pick flu strains? What's that all about? Because every year, every person who gets infected by the flu, the subsequent generations of flu produced in their bodies mutate. Meaning that every year, we have different strains of the flu. It's evolution in real time. And which means this year's flu strain isn't going to be next year's flu strain. Typically, what winds up happening is these scientists get together, they look at the data, and then they do their best to calculate which of these viral strains is going to be dominant in the coming year. And then they choose one, that goes into production, and that winds up being the flu vaccine we have for next year's flu season. So if folks are like, well, can I get vaccinated? Yeah, you can still go get vaccinated for this year's flu strain. But like, that's not necessarily going to help you a whole lot from next year's, you know? So it's not great. It's just really sad, you know, like last year, almost 500,000 people were hospitalized because of the flu. If we had more people getting the flu vaccine, that number would go down. And instead, we're going to have fewer people taking vaccines as a result of RFK Jr., which means more people in hospitals, which means more death. In a year when we're already facing down RSV, which is sweeping through various school systems, and we're also taking a look at new strains of COVID. We got a lot going on, and possibility of avian flu. God, if avian flu comes to fruition under RFK Jr., so many people are gonna die, chat. So many people are gonna die. What I went down the rabbit hole the other day, and like one of the worst case scenarios is that like avian flu has the ability to kill like 1 billion people. Because we do not have specific defenses against its particular attack pattern. It's really fucking scary. So I'm really hoping that avian flu doesn't become commonly transmitted person to person. Otherwise, it's going to be I mean, we're going to see hospitals in the parks again, you know? That's where we're going to be. Additionally, just as another point of what RFK Jr. is doing already to ruin and wreck your lives, he canceled a Biden project to create a vaccine for COVID in pill form. You could just take pills to vaccinate yourself against COVID. Wouldn't that be neat? Wouldn't that be cool? But no, that's canceled. That research been shelved. Apparently, they're going to be looking at it as they go forward. It may resume, it may not. We'll see. But one of the problems with pausing and putting a hold on all of this research, and this goes far beyond just what RFK Jr. is doing, but all the different research that the government does and contributes to across all different industries, when you put a temporary pause on that research, you actively ruin that research. Because you need to be constantly observing during those trials, during the research phases. You need people doing the research. It's a timed test. They've got to look, they've got to observe, otherwise it ruins the entire thing. Got to start over. It's wasting millions upon millions of dollars, if not billions. Is he trying to drift his own cures? What is he doing? What he's doing is just being an absolute lunatic. That's it. There's no reason to his madness. It's just new age hippy dippy nonsense. That's it. Evil or dogmatic? Why not both? Well, RFK Jr. doesn't have the ability to declare martial law. He's his own independently evil individual who is built in a lab to, appeal to divorced dads. That's basically RFK Jr.'s type. All right. We're doing it, folks. We're doing it. Finally, we're doing it. You guys have been dying to see it. We're going to do it. We need to talk about Donald Trump's first cabinet meeting because, holy shit, guys. It's a shit show. So, for Donald Trump's first cabinet meeting, he invited a bunch of the press in to cover it. And we're not going to watch the whole thing, but we are going to watch a particularly noteworthy part of it because it's insane. Okay? So this cabinet meeting is where all of the different secretaries meet up. They all talk about and plan together what they're going to do. You know, in theory, this should be like a pretty standard thing. Typically, the press is not invited into these types of affairs, but this became a whole media circus. And very noteworthy here is that Donald Trump is very, very clearly not the power player here. It's insane how clear the power dynamic is when you see it play out in this room.
Taxes and based on many things in the border.
This is from earlier today.
But also based on balancing budgets and getting our country back into shape, and this is a big part of it. So Elon, if you could get up and explain where you are, how you're doing, and how much we're cutting, and it's an honor to have you. He's been a tremendously successful guy. He's really working so hard, and he's got businesses to run. And in many ways I say, how do you do this? And, you know, he's sacrificing a lot. And getting a lot of praise, I'll tell you, but he's also getting hit.
Elon Musk, by the way, not a secretary head. He's according to the White House, just a guy. He's just some guy with no real government power, and yet so much deference paid to him.
And we would expect that, and that's the way it works. So I'd like to have Elon Musk please say a few words.
Well,
thank you, Elon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually just call myself a humble tech support here because this is actually as crazy as.
I'm sorry. That's not real laughter. He's laughing the same way like they're all laughing the same way subordinates in a mob film chuckle along to a presumed jibe from their boss.
It sounds. That is almost a literal description of the work that the Doge team is doing, is helping fix the government computer systems. Many of these systems are extremely old. They don't communicate. There are a lot of mistakes in the systems. The software doesn't work. So we are actually tech support. It's ironic that it's true. The overall goal here with the Doge team is to help address the enormous deficit. We simply cannot sustain as a country $2 trillion deficits. The interest rates, just the interest on the national debt, now exceeds the Defense Department spending. We spend a lot on the Defense Department, but we're spending like over $1 trillion on interest.
If only we were, I don't know, like a country with a currency we can print infinite amounts of and not lose value in the currency due to being the basis for what all other countries on the planet use for measuring the worth of their currencies. It's all, man, if only we could run the country differently from how we run a company or an individual house budget, like a household budget. If only we could run it differently, but we can't, apparently, in Republican world.
If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt. It's not an optional thing. It is
We make the money. We can't go bankrupt. Also, you know what does it, guys, before I lose my shit. Does anyone want to take a wild stab at what doesn't help massive deficits? Anyone want to take a stab? What doesn't help with massive deficits? Is it tax cuts? Ding, ding, ding. You got it, very knifey duck. Tax cuts do not help with massive deficits. Even if we granted everything that he's saying, which you absolutely should not, but even if we did, all right, understand that the reason they're cutting all of this spending is so that they can give the biggest tax cut in global history to the richest people currently alive. That doesn't reduce the deficit. It's just a lie. Also, Matt Binder, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for being here, folks. Yeah, like, I don't know, cutting $2 trillion from the budget and then giving $4.5 trillion in tax cuts doesn't seem like a really balanced budget to me. Just throwing that idea out there. God, I hate this man so much.
Essential thing. That's the reason I'm here, and taking a lot of flack and getting a lot of death threats. By the way, I mean, I'm like, stack them up, Good
night, Sophie Bliss.
But if we don't do this, America will go bankrupt. That's why it has to be done.
That's why it has to be done. Definitely not because of the tax cuts. Don't look at the tax cuts. Don't do it. Don't look at the budget just passed by the Republicans in the House. Don't look at that. We're just little birthday boys. We're just little birthday boys.
Confident at this point, knock on wood, knock on my wooden head. There's got a lot of wood up there. That
what?
Wooden head. Confident at this point, knock on wood, knock on my wooden head. There's got a lot of wood up there.
What does that mean? Are you calling yourself a moron? Or is he making a dick joke? I understand the blockhead bit, but I think that's what I was initially leaning towards, but I think he wanted to say I've got a lot of wood because he has the mind of a teenage boy. I think he was trying to make a dick joke at a cabinet meeting. I hate him.
That we can actually find $1 trillion in savings. That would be a roughly 15% of the $7 trillion budget. And obviously that can only be done with the support of everyone in this room. And I'd like to thank everyone for your support. Thank you very much. This can only be done with your support. So it's really, DOGE is a support function for the president and for the agencies and departments to help achieve those savings and to effect.
Wait, so something that's been bothering me, why did those people care about tax cuts since they already don't pay any? Well, the thing is, they do pay taxes. A lot of them, get really creative about their taxes, but they still wind up paying taxes, right? So the reason they care is because suddenly they don't have to get super creative with their books. They don't got to cook their books. And instead, they just get free money, essentially, from the government. That's it.
We find 15% in reduction in fraud and waste. And we bring the receipts. So people.
I mean, it's not even laziness. It's just that like their tax rate may be low, you know, proportionally lower than like a working class tax rate, but they want it to go lower. That's it. That's all there is to it. They don't need that money. Exactly. They don't need it. They just want it. Because the entire system we're in rewards that. They want all of the money. They don't want some of the money. They want all of the money.
Also, like, well, is this real? Just go to doge.gov. We line item by line item, we specify each item. So,
and every single thing in there is a lie. There've been so many news stories about how Doge is cooking their books so hard, and so much of the information on there is inaccurate or like has already been paid out, and that Doge didn't actually save any money whatsoever. It's all just lies.
And I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect, but when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly.
The issue is when you're a government dealing with millions, hundreds of millions, billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars, you can't afford to just make a mistake and then fix it very quickly. You've got to make sure your system works perfectly, because when the government misses those payments, that can be life or death for people. There's a reason why this is complicated. There's a reason why government has built-in inefficiencies, and it's to deliberately ensure mistakes aren't made, that folks don't needlessly die.
So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola, Ebola prevention. I think.
Point in fact, when you accidentally cancel Ebola prevention, people die, dog. And it's not accidentally. You just ended USAID. You blanket ended funding for everything. You didn't accidentally do that. You knew you were going to hit this shit. Don't be cute. Whoopsie doodle, just several of my workers in my Tesla auto manufactory lost their hands in the machinery, the poor dears. Whoopsie doodles. Like, that's the kind of attitude he has right now, and I hate it. I despise it.
We all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption.
I doubt that immensely. I do not believe you when you say there was no interruption. Because I think when the people in those departments suddenly got the notice that they're not going to get any more funding.
YTF would he brag about that? JFC.
When the people in those departments get the word down that they're not going to get funding anymore, they start looking for other jobs. They stop doing their work like you wanted them to. This was the plan. You're doing the thing you all planned openly to do. And in this case, it results in people dying.
But we do need to move quickly if we're to achieve a $1 trillion deficit reduction in financial year 2026. It requires saving $4 billion per day, every day, from now through the end of September.
Yeah, it's too bad we don't have like a I don't know, like a federal reserve of some kind to some kind of centralized bank of some sort to manage money in that way. It's too bad. We never figured that one out.
We can do it, and we will do it. Thank you.
Would you have any questions of Elon while we're on the subject of those? Because we'll finish off with that. And if you would have any questions, please ask. You could ask me or Elon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If you have any questions, you can ask me or Elon. Is such an odd way to phrase it. You're the president of the United States, not Elon Musk. It's insane. I mean, I don't know if Donald Trump is just old and tired. I don't know if he's just been bought. I don't know what's going on here, but I do know that this freak from South Africa is not our president.
Doge says terminated contract, saved $. So, I saved $2,000 by not buying a new furnace, cut that waste. Mom might die, but oh well.
Exactly, sorry you're blue. Like, that's their math. Their math is just like hypothetical transactions.
Thank you, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask you that President Trump put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if you had heard anything about members of the cabinet who weren't happy with the way things were going. And if
the reason they're asking this question is because of all of the chaos with Elon sending out direct calls for government employees to respond to his email. And then different department heads, all of whom are in this room right now, responding and saying, don't answer that email. Which is, you know, an internal schism forming. And I think we should do everything we can to encourage that.
If so, what are you doing to address those any dissatisfaction?
Elon, let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon?
We're all having so much fun here, aren't we, folks? What an amazing time. What a silly question. Good one, boss. Indeed. Help me understand, please, if we can just keep printing money and never default on our deficit, why can't they have their tax breaks without cutting? Well, because there's a limit to how much money they can print before inflation becomes an issue. The reason we always have a bit of inflation is because of like that the practice of like quantitative easing, printing money. If you print too much money, it can have disastrous economic effects. But like, because our currency is relatively unique, being like one of the basically the international form of currency that like a lot of countries trade in and value like oil in and stuff like that, it gives us more ability to print, but it doesn't give them $2 trillion out of nowhere enough to print, you know? That's not doable. That would be felt.
If you are, we'll throw them out of here. Is everybody
you know, if anyone's unhappy, we'll throw them out of here. Yeah, they're definitely all going to speak up like that at a highly publicized press event. Everyone's loyal, right, guys? Of course we're loyal, sir. Why, we'd never think of any bad things to happen to Elon. They all clap.
And some disagree a little bit, but I will tell you, for the most part, I think everyone's not only happy, they're thrilled. So go ahead, Elon.
And President Trump has put together, I think, the best cabinet ever. Literally. So,
how can you say that? I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm not even all that well versed on the history of different presidential cabinets, but like there are some pretty famous ones. All right.
and I do not give false praise. This
Yeah, I would never lie about people doing something well. I would never do that. I'm Elon Musk. I'm known as being a truth teller.
This is an incredible group of people. I
Good
don't
night,
think that
Ashley.
such a
Get
talented
good
team
sleep.
has actually ever been assembled. I think it's literally the best cabinet that the country has ever had, and I think the company should be incredibly appreciative of the people in this room.
I'm sorry. Did you guys hear that? That wasn't just a trick in my ears, right?
And I think the company should be incredibly appreciative.
He just called America the company.
Go fuck yourself. Of the people in this room.
Mr. Musk.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Musk. Are there about half of the government employees so far appear to have responded to your request for what they've been doing over the past week? Is there a timeline in place for next moves for people being fired, and when can the American people expect to see results of that?
Oh my god. What an excellent question. About half the government employees haven't responded. When are you going to fire them, Sir Elon? Sir? Are you like what? The obsequiousness disgusts me.
Request for what they've been doing over the past week. Is there a timeline in place for next moves for people being fired, and when can the American people expect to see results of that?
Also, I'm just going to throw this out there. If Elon Musk is not the head of Doge, why is he here? This is definitely going to be used in a courtroom about how he obviously controls Doge because he's here and Amy Gleason, the random lady that they found yesterday to be the head of Doge, doesn't seem to be. So, I don't know, that's kind of weird. That's a bit strange.
Yes. Well, to be clear, like I think that email perhaps was misinterpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check.
Oh, well, you see, when I sent an email that said respond to this or you're fired, that was really just a clever performance review. It was that I was just testing you all to see if you were awake. Haha, bedazzled by my genius.
Review. Do you have a pulse? Do you have a pulse and 2 neurons? So if you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. This is...
I have seen circle jerks before, but this is the rare Ouroboros jerk. Are we sure this is not a violation of TOS? Asking for a friend.
You know, I can't guarantee that this is not a breaking of TOS. I can't. I'm sorry. I run that risk with this segment. Also, very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. I really, really appreciate it.
You know, I think not a high bar is what I'm saying. This is should be anyone could accomplish this. But what we are trying to get to the bottom of is we think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond.
Dog, you know, there's like an alternate reality. There's an alternate reality somewhere in the multiverse where instead of doing all of this, Elon Musk tries to do like stand up. and just gets mercilessly mocked and booed off the stage for like 5 years, which like in turn properly sizes his ego, and instead he just goes on to become like a normal guy who's like, you know, maybe a little bit funny due to like sheer effort. I wish we were in that universe. I wish we were in the universe where like Elon Musk was not a household name and instead he just got booed off the stage for 5 years. I wish we were in that one. That'd be nice. But no, we have to deal with this one. We have to deal with this one, which is just one unending Curb Your Enthusiasm soundtrack.
And some people who are not real people, like they're fictional individuals that are collecting paychecks. Well, somebody's collecting paychecks on a fictional individual. So we're just literally trying to figure out, are these people real? Are they alive? And can they write an email? Which I think is a reasonable expectation.
You know, it does take just absolutely an amount of brain deadness that we haven't ever really seen before for this man to walk into a cabinet secretary meeting and say, we don't actually know if the people who work for the US government are real or not. And not to immediately get laughed out of the room. Like, we're so cooked, guys.
For the American public would have at least that expectation of someone in the public sector.
Mr. Musk, roughly 1 million employees. Roughly 1 million employees have responded so far to this email. Does that mean that the remaining 1 million or so federal employees now risk being terminated? And is it your understanding and expectation when you post a directive on X that the cabinet secretaries will follow that order? Because several agencies have instructed employees that this is voluntary or not to respond.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Man, so many of these people, like, let me just back up real quick. This guy in particular, so many people in this room are just sitting there like, I would really rather be anywhere else. What went wrong in my life that I am here?
That this is voluntary or not to respond.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I guess...
Oh, yeah, Maya Ortiz, what Dave Chappelle incident, he got mercilessly booed when going on stage with Dave Chappelle, to the extent that like he needed like professional mental health help afterwards, and like he shouldn't be doing what he's doing. I'll tell you that much.
Like last week, the president encouraged me via Truth Social and also via phone call to be more aggressive, and I was like, okay. You know, yes, sir, Mr. President, we will indeed do that. The president is the commander-in-chief.
Wait, you guys haven't seen that? Here, real quick.
Make some noise for the richest man in the world. Cheers and booze, I see. Elon.
Hey, Dave.
Just saying who earns.
Weren't expecting this, were you? It sounds like some of them people you fired are in the audience. Hey, wait a minute. Those of you booing.
Yeah, he got wrecked. You know, like I don't know, a few dozen more hours of him getting wrecked like that uh by stand-up audiences, I think would do him good. I think it would build character for him. Anyway, that man who was being booed on stage with Dave Chappelle is now apparently the shadow president of the United States. Super Jet Guy, yes. Dave Chappelle is also not a great guy.
I do what the president asks. And I said, can we send out an email to everyone just saying, what did you get done last week? And the president said yes, so it did that. You know, we got a partial response. We're going to send another email. But our goal is not...
As per my last email, you need to email me about what you're doing, because otherwise you're fired. Teehee.
to be capricious or unfair.
We're not going to be capricious or unfair, but if you don't respond to this email, we will fire you. Hey, we've fired like a quarter of a million employees already, but you know, we're not capricious or unfair.
We want to give people
for no
every
reason
opportunity to send an email.
And we lied that the reason we're doing it is because they were doing poorly on the job, because they were all labeled probationary, which is a status given to people who've shifted departments or to people who've been recently promoted. You know, the people you want to fire, I guess.
And the email could simply be, what I'm working on is too sensitive or classified to describe.
So, chat. He's saying you could literally just respond to the email by saying, I'm working on things too top secret for you to know about. And he'd be totally okay with that. Are you fucking kidding me? Unironically, it would be fascinating. Absolutely fascinating for some kind of citizen journalist to join up with to get hired by the US government or join up with these Doge boys and just fake it. Like, just be like, yeah, I'm sorry guys, I'm working on something too top secret for you guys to know about, and see like what all they give you access to by just saying you're working on some bullshit top secret project for Elon. I feel like if you did that, you could get access to basically any national secret in the US government right now. It'd be the story of a lifetime.
Like literally just, that would be sufficient. You know, I think this is just common sense.
And what is your target number for how?
It's just common sense, you know, to threaten to fire everyone in the government unless they respond to an email from me, an unelected guy who hasn't been confirmed by Congress.
How many workers, employees you're looking to cut total?
We wish to...
Are you proposing infiltrating Doge? Hey, if any of you are in a position to do it, I encourage you to do so. You know, getting a few more people on the inside would be great.
Keep everyone who is doing a job that is essential and doing that job well. But if the job is not essential or they're not doing the job well, they obviously should not be on the public payroll.
It's 15%. Mr. President, I'd like to add, wait a minute. I'd like to add that those million people that haven't responded, though, Elon, they are on the bubble. You know, I wouldn't say that we're thrilled about it. You know, they haven't responded. Now, maybe they don't exist. Maybe we're paying people that don't exist. Don't forget.
Like, do you guys understand how insane that is? Right? They're saying that people who didn't respond to that email might just be government ghosts. Are you for real right now? If I can't see it, it doesn't exist. You got fucking object permanence issues? You got actual baby brain syndrome over here?
Yeah, we just got here. This group just got here. But those people are on the bubble, as they say. You know, maybe they're going to be gone. Maybe they're not around.
Is
maybe
it the
they have
donut
other
ghost?
jobs.
You
Maybe
can
they moved and
say.
they're not where they're supposed to be. A lot of things could have happened. I wouldn't say that Biden ran a very tight administration. They spent money like nobody's ever spent money before. Wasted money. The Green New Scam, all of the different things they spent money on.
The Green New Scam. They never even passed the Green New Deal. They didn't do that. It'd be really cool if they did, but they didn't. God, these whiny crybabies constantly complain. Like, guys, give it like 2 more weeks. They'll be digging up old conspiracies from like the Bush era and like the Obama era. They'll be talking about like how, liberals wanted to put you in hobbit homes, how they've ended waste, fraud, and abuse by finding Obama's real birth certificate. They'll be like pulling some crazy stunts in like 2 weeks' time to try and like distract people from the damage they're doing. It's insane.
And you've seen that. You've seen that with some of the things that I read in speeches. I read them and people can't believe when I read them. 20 million here, 30 million here for, a little educational course. So
People can't believe them. They look at me and they say, Mr. President, this all looks like someone pulled it out of their ass. And I say, maybe someone did. Maybe it was deep in someone's ass. Deep in the state's ass.
Something, circumcision, right? Circumcision.
I'm sorry, what? Why are you talking about circumcision? Why? Why? Is he implying that we're spending tens of millions of dollars on circumcision?
I believe when I read them, 20 million here, 30 million here for, a little educational course on something, circumcision, right? Circumcision. $20 million.
I mean, I guess I would hope if people are doing circumcision, they're educated on it. That I would hope so.
To inform the people of such and such a country on other things and other things other than that. So,
what are you talking about, dog? Like, I know Trump has never been great in the head, but like, okay, guys, time for me to put on my little conspiracy hat. Putting on my little conspiracy hat, my jaunty conspiracy cap. All right. Donald Trump is getting old, right? White House says that a large bruise on Trump's hand is from shaking hands all day, every day. And I'm sorry, that's bullshit. That is bullshit. I have seen bruises like that. It's not from shaking hands. Who is shaking the back of hands that tightly? I thought it was from Macron grabbing his hand. No, guys. I also don't think it's from falling. I think it is an IV line. I have seen bruises like that on people like my mom or folks who've been in the hospital for a while. And that looks like an IV line to me. Apparently, these bruises have been appearing on his hands for a while now. And I am hoping that like there's something cooking his brain. Fingers crossed, there's something cooking his brain. IV line means they're putting something into his body, usually liquids, usually or medication of some kind. Yeah. Yeah, these bruises have been apparently observed since the beginning of 2024. And the excuse given back in early 2024 was just handshaking. So much handshaking. And I don't believe that at all. Yeah, it's the adrenochrome infusions. God, Brianna Huffman, if he dies in office from syphilis, like the last US president to die of syphilis in office, that would be an incredible way for him to go. Could he hide chemo that way? Maybe. Wouldn't an IV usually go in the arm? Yes, but for a variety of reasons, you can also get an IV in the hand. Is his hair a wig or no? I mean, apparently not, but... Anyway, back to this. My pet theory is that his brain is more cooked than usual because something is fucking going on in his body. And, I can only cheer on whatever it is.
So, yeah, those people are, right now we're trying to find out who those people are that have it.
Oh, hey, all-powerful Kagan writes, hey, I work in an old folks home. I also think it's from an IV line, possibly liquid antibiotics. Yeah. Could be.
Responded. Now, there'll be some agencies, like Marco has people within state that are right now doing very classified, very confidential work, and we understand that. We've talked, and, we're being a little more surgical.
Bad. Yeah, he got bad hair plugs. The infection is slowly killing him, like Tobias Funke from Arrested Development.
Marco's doing a lot of things himself. He's and some of the secretaries, we're going to be going to them. We're going to be talking about it today. We're going to ask them to do their own
Also, hey,
version.
Paladin.
In other words, they'll look in their group, and I spoke with Lee Zeldin, and he thinks he's going to be cutting 65% or so of the people from environmental. And we're going to speed up the process, too, at the same time. You had a lot of people that weren't doing their job. They were just obstructionists, and a lot of people that didn't exist, I guess, Lee, too. You found a lot of empty spots. The people weren't there. They didn't exist. I think education is going to be one of those. You go around Washington, you see all these buildings with the Department of Education. We want to move education back to the states where it belongs. Iowa should have education.
Like, I don't know, the visual of Elon Musk looming over the entire... Like, he's the only person in the room standing outside of, like, press who are, like, holding cameras and stuff. And, like, everyone else is sitting. And it's weird. It's a really weird vibe. Why hasn't he sat down? Because he's the most important person in the room. That's why.
Indiana should run their own education. You're going to see education go way up. Right now, we're ranked at the very bottom of the list, but we're at the top of the list in one thing: the cost per pupil. We spend more money per pupil than any other country in the world, and yet it's Denmark and Norway, Sweden, and I hate to say this, and we're going to get along very well with China, but it's a competitor. They're at the top of the list. They're among the top 10 usually, and they're a very big country, so we can't use that as an excuse, right? Because we're a very big country too, but we were ranked last time under Biden. We were ranked 40 out of 40. They do the 40 certain nations that they've done for a long time. It seems to be 40 for whatever reason, and we were ranked.
Just rambling about education. Camera remains focused on Elon Musk.
Number 40. A year ago we were 38, then we were 39. We hit 40, and so we're last in that, and we're first in cost per pupil. So I would say that's unacceptable. Lawrence, you have something?
So, Mr. President, I know you like competition, and I know it's early. So, which department are you most impressed with? And then to Mr. That's the first one. Which department have you received the most resistance from? Mr. President,
well, I think both of those questions are a little bit
spicy.
And look, it's very early right now. I think I'm impressed with everybody so far.
I mean, I do think that Donald Trump. I think that JD Vance might be worse for a bit, but hear me out. Every Republican has tied themselves to Trump. Every elected Republican right now has tied themselves to Trump specifically. And we've seen that Donald Trump has like this has this sway and power in the party. And JD Vance doesn't have that. And I think that because he doesn't have that, he would be someone that the Republican Party would turn on in an instant if they needed a fall guy. You know? Like, the knives would be out and, like, economic turmoil would be coming and, like, I think they'd be looking for a scapegoat and he'd be perfect for that, for them. The thing that Donald Trump dying doesn't take care of is Elon Musk looming over Washington. But, you know, I think it would maybe solve a good deal of our problems because Trump is the only Trumpism, MAGA, it's the only thing holding together this Republican coalition.
But if I wasn't in the first month, and some of them just got here, they just got approved 2 days ago, right? But I think I'm very impressed with everybody. So far, I'm very happy with all of the choices. I think that Elon has done incredibly with some groups, and some groups are much easier than others. It is true. State is a, very difficult situation. We're right now negotiating very successfully, I think, with Russia and with Ukraine, and we have a lot of countries involved, and we have to be a little bit careful what we do and who we're terminating. But Marco is doing that I think he's going to be very precise. It's going to be, we're cutting down government. We're cutting down the size of government. We have to. We're bloated. We're sloppy. We have a lot of people that aren't doing their job. We have a lot of people that don't exist. You look at
Citation needed. They're making a lot of claims about just government employees not existing. You have yet to prove one instance of that.
Social Security as an example. I mean, you have so many people in Social Security where, if you believe it, they're 200 years old. And what we're doing is finding out our checks going out for.
No, COBOL programming language just defaults to like 1875 for like their birth year if no birth year is present in their data.
That, and if somebody cashing those checks who's maybe 35 years old, okay? So there's a lot of dishonesty, there's a lot of fraud. But I think at this moment, I'll take Elon off the spot. I think that he's impressed. He said it very well, better than I can say it, that he's impressed with the people in this room, very impressed. And I am too, and it's too early to say, but I think everybody's on board. They all know. We want to balance a budget. We want to have a balanced budget within a reasonably short period of time, meaning maybe by next year or the year after, but maybe even sooner than that.
Mr. President, your number one issue was the border. We just got new information that they're doxing our federal agents. They're putting their personal information out there, these activists, and they're disrupting the operation. So you got Trinidad Harder running all across the country.
Well, we have activists.
What? You got rogue activists doxing our agents, so you've got Trende Ragua running rampant over the country. What, dog? What the fuck? What are you talking about?
So what are we going to do about the activists?
Yeah, a lot of those activists
What are you going to do about the activists, sir?
are acting illegally, and we'll give that
In what way? Be specific.
to our Attorney General, and she'll take a look at that very strongly. But we're also having tremendous support from Border Patrol, from ICE. The ICE agents have been unbelievable. Border Patrol, their leadership at Border Patrol has been incredible, and they're working very well. And as you know, and I saw you reporting it this morning, actually, we set records on the least number of illegal aliens coming in, migrants coming into our country that we've had in more than 50 years. And we did this all within a period of weeks because we took over a mess. The world was pouring in. And remember, they were coming in from jail.
We took over a mess and ruined a perfectly okay country.
And prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, and there were gang members and drug dealers. Anybody wanted to come in, they could, and from not just South America, from all over the world. So it's amazing what they've done, and Christie and Tom Homan, the job they've done has been absolutely amazing. We set records for, and we want people to come into our country, by the way, but they want to come in, they have to come in legally. I want.
You know, it's insane. You know, we want people to come to our country, obviously, but we want them to come in legally, which is why we've created an entirely new way for them to come in if they have millions of dollars. What's that? You want us to rework the way people can come into the country so people can come in here and work and be productive members of society? No, all of those people are members of Tren de Aragua, all right? But anyone with $5 million, they're good people who belong here. Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. I can't take any more of this, and I think we ended the Elon portion. Well, like, what a disgusting display. Just absolutely presenting himself for Elon Musk. Disgusting. You really think Republicans would abandon their full-on fascistic dictatorial power grab with Trump out of the picture? I don't know that they would abandon it, but I think they would factionalize and start fighting each other a lot more without Donald Trump there. I think there are a lot of different fascists and a lot of different Republicans with very different ideas of what should be done that they tend to put aside and make subject to Donald Trump. And the only thing I'm saying is that him dying of natural causes would lead to a bunch of them having very different ideas of how to proceed, and then they would wind up fighting each other. They'd be at cross purposes. I'm not saying that they would abandon their cause. I'm saying that they would become ununified in their cause. And that would be to our advantage. Like, there's no other person left, and they don't care about anyone lower in their power structure. It's just the one thing keeping them all together is a strong man. If you take out the strong man, like they factionalize, they split apart. You know, like, who else is there to hold a candle to Trump? Ron DeSantis? He's basically done. Wasn't even endorsed by Trump for governor of Florida. Like, there's no one else of a similar stature, and JD Vance just isn't going to be that guy. You know? Who do you think will win the power struggle? The people. Even if JD gets the spot by default? Yeah. Because everyone is loyal to Trump. They're not loyal to JD Vance. They're loyal to Donald Trump. They don't make golden calves of J.D. Vance covered in J.D. Vance $100 bills. They don't make golden statues of J.D. Vance at CPAC. They don't do that because they have a cult of personality around one guy. You know? Trump Jr. is utterly incapable of doing anything his father does. He's a fail son of one of the highest orders. Dude can barely get through an Instagram live without snorting cocaine. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. He would overdose in one gear of being an actual politician. Well, yeah, if Trump dies from being old, J.D. Vance becomes president. I just don't think that comes with immediate loyalty from all Republicans everywhere. That's all I'm saying. I hope that makes sense, because it makes sense to me. All right. I also wanted to just I wanted to go over a few, like, I don't know, let's feel a little bit good for a little bit, you know? We've been so doom and gloom, you know, being caught in a constitutional crisis. Like, it's so depressing. Let's watch something and experience something together that is just kind of nice, you know? Let's watch GOP lawmakers get booed.
You're a fucking traitor. Grow a spine.
Calling those people with different abilities leeches and losers, and that they're leeching off the system. Yes, I have heard it from their own posts.
How much did Elon pay?
Losers.
I don't believe it.
Okay. You don't believe it, you can read it. You are in denial.
I'll Google it.
Google it.
You need to get Elon out of...
Pathetic.
Stand up for the people that elected you.
Calling disabled people losers and leeches off the government, and you're sticking up for that.
You know, the protests are just kind of delicious.
Again, outside Random's Coffee in downtown Belton. Monday morning, a huge crowd showed up to speak with Representative Mark Alford. This was the first time he'd held this kind of town hall style event since Trump took office.
I can't hear her follow up.
The people who made it into the coffee shop were talking over each other, calling Alford names, and booing his answers. Alford stood there for an hour and a half, answering the questions, even if most of his answers towed the Republican talking points, which only antagonized the crowd. The people here live inside and outside Alford's district. They covered everything from Elon Musk to the Ukrainian war, along with immigration and laying off federal employees. Alford told the crowd he feels bad for people who've lost their jobs at places like the IRS, and that God has a plan for them.
You are not a victim, you are a victor, and you will be able to get another job and provide for yourself and your family.
Oh, okay. Let's fire you. Let's fire you. You'll find yourself a job. God has a plan for you. Let's, you know, let's see you find a new. He won't. It doesn't work. He won't have a problem finding a job. He'll just be hired by some lobbying hack corporation. But like, he's literally going like, "Oh, if you lose your job at the IRS, just get another job." Fivehead. It's disgusting, and it only makes people angrier. You know?
Confident of that.
We are the hardworking federal employees that make this government run every single day. Yep. And we are being discounted by those in Washington claiming that we're the swamp and we're the fraud, waste, and abuse. No.
Alford's team said it'll look for a larger venue for the next event of this style. They don't have a date on the calendar yet. Charlie Keegan, KSHB 41 News.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, Lester Holt, what are you doing here?
You're a violation of your oath, sir.
It incentivizes more people to work.
I'll pause whenever you want, and you can go and yell all you want.
Because I know that the Democrats have a plan to try to disrupt things.
Elon Musk has got to go! Hey, hey!
I feel like there was a glitch that happened there. I don't think
Pause whenever you want, and you can go and yell all you want.
Because I know that the Democrats have a plan to try to disrupt things.
I guess this is just a video.
Elon Musk has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go! That's your deputy! Is this your deputy? Who are these guys?
If there is any potential conflict of interest,
Yeah. I've seen Game of Thrones too, thank you.
I think doing an effective job.
I don't know, guys. The amount, well, guys, some of these people aren't just libs. These are conservatives turning out and like yelling too, because they're also getting fired from their jobs.
I'm Kevin Kiley. I represent California's 3rd District. California's high-speed rail disaster is the worst public infrastructure failure in U.S. history.
Dude looks like he's about to cry.
Personally, do you support Ukraine or Russia?
Well, here's... No, it's not easy, ma'am. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Is Zelensky a dictator, yes or no?
That part I have a problem with that statement, yes.
Okay. Did Ukraine start the war?
Well,
it's simple. Did Ukraine start the war, yes or no? Did Ukraine start the war, yes or no?
Let him answer. Let him answer, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will. Just hang on.
Tyranny is rising in the White House, and a man has declared himself our king. So I would like to know, rather, the people would like to know what you, congressmen, and your fellow congressmen are going to do to rein in the megalomaniac in the White House.
In fucking Georgia, guys. Some people are trying to, some Republicans are trying to downplay this by saying, like, you know, big Democrat money organized all of these. But like, I guarantee you that this is some like a small group of folks with indivisible, like, just deciding to organize in their own community. You know, like these are not the Democrat strategists. The folks who were spending money on like putting Kamala Harris advertisements on like that godforsaken dome in Las Vegas, they aren't okaying money to be spent organizing in rural Georgia, guys.
When you talk about tyranny, when you talk about presidential power, I remember having the same discussion with Republicans when Biden was elected.
Look at him. He knows he's full of shit.
I don't want to see the president make all the decisions. I don't. I didn't want to see...
When will you stand up to them and say that is enough?
The end result of the fraud and abuse that has been discovered already.
You can see he was not expecting that response from the crowd. Like, you see his eyes flicker and start to recalculate. It's glorious. Just pay attention to his face. Hey, Ms. Molina.
So your question was, what am I going to do about how the president is trying to reduce spending? Is that the question?
Appropriated spending!
occur. That's unconstitutional. And you just roll on over, you're okay with that?
Listen, well, what I would say is that the president is doing what most presidents do, and they issue executive orders to try to make things.
That's not what he's doing.
And what will happen, and has already happened, is these issues will be challenged in court, and if they're legal, they will be approved.
He's in violation of several judicial orders.
Next number, Baron, get up.
You didn't answer that question. Yeah.
President Trump has issued a lot of executive orders. I think by and large this is moving very quickly compared to other administrations, and I think across the board he's done some very good things. I think he's gotten rid of birthright citizenship.
Illegal as hell.
Guess there are at least a few people who still support high-speed rail in California.
What a great vid. Here you go. I guess you guys really do like trains here, huh? Incredible stuff. I like it. I like to see that people are waking up. People are getting woke out there to the danger and the threat that is all too real and made manifest by Republican politicians. And we need to work together to fight and defeat these egregious assholes who would be king. Trains are pretty cool. Indeed. I just thought it'd be fun for us to go over, just have a little bit of a cleanse of just wonderful booing content of Republicans to show that you guys are not alone in your discontent. I know a lot of you are sitting, probably isolated, watching me talk, but I want you guys to know there are a lot of people out there who are absolutely ready and willing to throw down, to put their bodies on the line, to put their, for you, to fight for you, for your rights. You are not alone. Even if you're sitting alone in a room right now, you are not alone. Okay? There are almost 500 people watching right now. You are not alone. And together we are strong. I think maybe I will go to the No Kings protest tomorrow. Do it! Let's go! Additionally, folks, there is, and for whatever it's worth, just to be aware of, people have been pushing an economic boycott tomorrow. So if you can help it, don't buy anything from Amazon, Walmart, etc., unless you absolutely need to buy something. Consider not tomorrow. And also, if you want to organize, right? If you want to mobilize and do something physically in your area, you can use !organize in any of the chats, and you can get links to different actions you can take. What alternatives should I buy? Well, ideally, don't buy anything tomorrow. That's the entire point. Not buying anything. But I have a really easy to use tool called 5 Calls. Click on that, 5calls.org. It links you up with all of your elected officials so you can easily contact them, call them, let them know how you're feeling about what's happening in the country. Make sure you do that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Additionally, you can join an indivisible protest. You can look and find ones in your area or make your own.
Shimp together strong. We will not be defeated.
Hell yeah, Punk Monk. Thank you for the $5 dono. Also, if you are in the mood to protest Elon Musk, participate in the Tesla takedown by protesting outside of a Tesla dealership. Head over to the website teslatakedown.com and you can find protests in your area. You can make protests in your area. It's really, really cool. So far, the stock price for Tesla has dropped 25 points. 25%. That's pretty significant. It has lost an ungodly amount of value as a result of being associated with Elon Musk. And it's projected to go lower, so let's get it as low as it can go. Additionally, folks, we're looking to mobilize Wisconsin voters. And regardless of where you are in the country, you can be a part of that. So head over to Commit to Democracy. www.committodemocracy.com/postcards. Because over there, you will be able to get packages of names and be able to send postcards out addressed to individual voters in Wisconsin to make sure they know that they need to get out there and vote on April 1st for their next Supreme Court justice in the state of Wisconsin. Because this upcoming Supreme Court election in Wisconsin has the ability to flip it back to being a conservative court. And if that happens, abortion will be a foregone conclusion in Wisconsin. So if you want the people of Wisconsin to have abortion rights, and not to say other kinds of rights as well, volunteer to write some postcards to mobilize folks in Wisconsin. I reached out to Progressive Victory the other day, and hopefully we will be also having an avenue for you guys to phone bank or door knock if you're able. But I haven't finalized all of that yet, but I'm just letting you know I did reach out. We are trying to talk about that, so we'll see. I'll let you guys know when I know. If you see, sorry, your blue writes, if you see a 50-something gray-haired fat white lady in New York dragged out of a town hall kicking and screaming, it'll be me. Let's go. Sorry, you're blue. I love the energy. Don't buy anything tomorrow. Why? It's part of the 50-51 protest movement. They're doing like a limited economic boycott. I personally don't put a ton of stock into these one-day economic boycotts, but I felt it would be remiss if I didn't mention it. So, I'll do my best to not buy anything tomorrow. Maybe you guys can do the same, and we'll see if it has any effects. How can we volunteer to write the postcards? Head over, there's a link, Ranvel, above you in chat, or you can use !organize to summon the link list. But it's www.committodemocracy.com/postcards. It's really, really great. We have other members of the community writing postcards, letting people know why it's important that they vote on April 1st. And it gets delivered right to likely Democratic voter doors. It's great. Wonderful tool if you want to help mobilize people in Wisconsin. Ordered my postcards today. Hell yeah, sweet blasphemy. I also really like it when you guys tell me, like, you're doing the thing. I love knowing that you guys are actually acting. It makes me feel a lot more hopeful. And I think it helps other people in the community feel hopeful as well to see others acting, Yeah, Tipster, the hope is that Tesla loses enough value that Tesla's board force out Elon Musk. That's one of the hopes, because if we can manage that, then we can definitely manage whatever other companies he holds tremendous value in, and we can just work our way down the line until his value prospect for the Republican Party is greatly diminished. But we're starting with Tesla, you know? I went to a meet and greet for Omar Fateh in Minneapolis, and I'm going to a Tesla protest this Saturday. Hell yeah, Boss Nass IRL, let's go! Love to see it. Love to see you guys taking action. The more you guys plug yourselves into this type of organizing and mobilizing, the more you guys are not just readying yourselves for this particular political moment we find ourselves embroiled within, but you're also prepping yourselves for future political action. You know? Like, you guys are learning the ropes so that if you want to run for office, you can. You guys are learning the ropes. So if you want to help local politicians run their campaigns or knock on doors, you can. It's a wonderful set of skills to build up. So let's get out there and do some good, you know? Now, folks, we've been going for over 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. I would very, very much appreciate it. And folks, do remember, if you want to get plugged into an organizing group that can do all kinds of cool stuff in your community, whether it's advocate for local LGBTQ folks or support local politicians and of a more progressive variety, consider joining DSA. Consider getting involved in your local Democratic Party. Consider doing both. Because that way you can radicalize your local Dems and mobilize more radically within the DSA. Two excellent actions you can take. It's really cool to see you guys doing stuff. If you need more information about how to join your local DSA, we've got the wonderful Christina /Gamergy on the case. You can reach out on Discord to Gamergy, and she will be happy to direct you to your local DSA chapter and walk you through how you join. And if you would like to join your local Dems, reach out to Dragonfly on the Discord, and she will be more than happy to help you join your local Dems and get involved in your local Democratic parties, because she is an ardent believer of radicalizing local Dems for good. She has done it herself and wants others to do it as well. Whew. There we go. Paladin Lost, hell yeah! Went to my DSA orientation last night. They said they're getting a lot of new people. I bet. I bet. I'm loving the energy we're seeing in DSA. And if you want Snark, contact me. Indeed, Salmon Moose, indeed. You went to your orientation tonight? Hell yeah, Banana Brains! I love it! We've had so many people in this community get involved in DSA, and it does my heart good. You guys are making me really proud of this community. Like, is it weird for me to say I'm really proud of you guys? I know it's not easy putting yourselves out there, but like, it's so cool to see you guys taking your steps to get involved in like a mechanism for improving your local communities. It's so fucking cool. Let's raise up a new era of progressive politics, because God knows we're gonna need it to save us from these Hakeem Jeffrey types. God. Whoo! We got any Oilers out there? Oilers, stream Oilers, oil for the stream for the oil. Um, Also, you guys are doing really good on the likes in chat. I'm proud of you guys. On the YouTube stream, over 200 likes. I've barely had to ask you guys to hit that like button, and you know what? I'm proud of you for that too. Okay, maybe we can hit 250. Eh? New goal. You guys like arbitrary numbers? Let's go. Arbitrary large round numbers. But Jack, what leverage do we have? That's my impression of Hakeem Jeffries. Like, I don't know, bro. Play politics, make leverage. That's what you do. You know, right? Like, it's so frustrating. Just ordered some postcards. Max Danger, that's how we roll. If every single person watching right now signed up.
Mind if I sent you a video to react to in YouTube chat?
Yes, because I already have way too much to do. But thank you for the $5 dono. I do appreciate that. What was I gonna say? Thought is gone. Am I wrong for calling Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer Quislings? Nah, it's fine. I'll allow it. Oh, yeah, if every person watching right now were to get, I don't know, 25, 100 postcards to send out, you guys could literally turn out over 50,000 people. You guys realize that, right? Like, our relatively small community has the ability to reach enough people to meaningfully impact the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race. So I'm just going to encourage you guys to act. Because if you guys all did that, we could genuinely change the course of Wisconsin's politics. Can you repeat how to do that again? Sure. Exclamation point organize. Oh. Has a number of links. The second to last one is committodemocracy.com/postcards. And there you can sign up to receive postcards that you can then fill out and send out to the good people of Wisconsin. It's really, really cool. It's a great way to organize, and it's one of the few ways I have of mobilizing folks to get out the vote in Wisconsin right now. Working on getting a few others for the community, getting you plugged into other methods of doing that. But if you want to get a head start on our efforts, you can do that now. Because we're not just stopping with postcards. We're going to be doing whatever else we can. Whew. Oh yeah, don't call Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries Quislings on your phone calls. If you want to say it in chat though, I'm not going to be mad at you. Wow, that's so easy too. I'll do it. Hell yeah, Odd Spectre. Love to see it. Boo, ba-da-boo. Boo, ba-da-boo. Ba-da-boo-da-boo-da-doo, da-da-doo. Boo-da-doo-boo. Boo-boo. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-boo. Ba-ba-da-boo. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-doo, da-da-doo. Are you doing the races upcoming to possibly flip the house? I need to find good ways of plugging you all in to those. I would like to. But right now I'm focusing on that Wisconsin State Supreme Court race because I know we have been able to affect change in the last one. And I know we have a good shot of affecting change in this one. And I think a lot more money is probably going to be focused on the congressional races for good reason. But I need to find good ways of plugging you guys into those. If you guys have come up with suggestions in the coming days or weeks, I'm all ears for those. Yeah. Yes, Firecrafted Gaming, for whatever reason, the link is broken in the YouTube chat. Here you go. Boop. There you go. There's a functional link. Whew. Yeah, there is a character limit. The issue is yeah, I'll fix. The weird part is it's not broken in other chats. But, you know, it is in this one, so that's where we're at. Organize. Let's try it now. Will there ever be retribution for what they've done to this country? No. Okay, that didn't work. Because our system is not designed for retribution. It's designed for justice. There's a difference between the two. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. I need to find 7 more characters. Here, let's try this. But we've been fucked? Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes in life, things aren't fair. Like, sometimes there is not a tit-for-tat relationship. Here. Sometimes our job is not to... There we go. Fixed it, made it fit within the character limit. It does say low... Well, yes. Oh, wait. God damn it. Join a local protest. There we go. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, there are a lot of people who have thrown everything they have into the cause of overthrowing the US government, and typically that doesn't end well if they lose. So I don't know about retribution of the cool and like satisfying kind, but there's probably going to be some kind of legal reckoning. for folks who participated in attempting to overthrow the government twice. Banana brains, it's not coding, it's just me typing randomly into Nightbot to try and make it fit a character limit. I said this before, but I called my representative today and emailed my senators. Hell yeah, burning bush dragon. We love to see it. How do you punish fascists? The same way you punish any other person who breaks the law? Prison? I don't know. We have laws. Use them. And if you're honestly, if you're looking for any other answer other than that, this is not the place to ask it. This is not the stream or the public facing thing to ask. You if that answer is not satisfactory, you have a different answer that you want that you know you can't get. Coding and typing are one and the same to me. Fair. All right. So, one thing I wanted to talk about on the stream, I wanted to talk about Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats. Because, folks, an interesting thing is happening. I believe there's some kind of schism happening in the Dems. And I don't think it's fully surfaced yet. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves, okay? Let's take a look at what Hakeem Jeffries said the other day on Stephen A. Smith's show.
Well, listen, the extreme left protests me more than they protest Donald Trump. Because literally, wherever I go. So I think in part because I've declined, I've refused, I've chosen not to bend the knee to either people on the far left and certainly not to Donald Trump and the far right. We all have a responsibility to serve the people we were elected to represent and the country and the Constitution. And I certainly have not been bashful and will not be bashful in disagreeing with people who are trying to take this country in a direction that doesn't lift everybody up, whether that comes from the right or whether that comes from the far left.
Yes, two very equivalent groups of people, for sure. On the one hand, you have the far left who wants everyone to have health care. And on the right, you have a fascist coup that wants to turn America into a Christian nationalist, fascistic empire run by a dictator. Yes, truly, these are two very equivalent things. Hakeem Jeffries needs to go. He needs to resign. He does not deserve the position of power or leadership he currently occupies. And this is only going to become more of a problem because you can't do the enlightened centrist thing when your two opposing sides are, the far left, leftists, progressives, and liberals all furiously angry. And on the other hand, a fascist empire. You don't get to, I'm sorry, the enlightened centrism doesn't actually work rhetorically in that field. And it's just really interesting. This piece in Semaphore really dives into a lot of it. Came out, Katia Goba and David Weigel. Jeffries takes heat as Democrats' base seeks anti-Trump fight, which is the thing, right? Like that's the kind of the crux of it. It's not the far left that wants him to fight. It's the entire goddamn Democratic base. The people who are actually being affected by these decisions in government, because it's not a game. It's not a game.
I have extreme despisement for that political cuck Hakeem Jeffries.
Right? People hate this. People hate Hakeem Jeffries.
I just copied your organized command and put it into a Signal bot I wrote for a lefty group I'm in. Tie for the idea and the links.
You're very welcome, Von Tux. And if you are not limited by the link, by character limit for that, I'll just post the full organize, because it included one more. Oh, it's over. Okay. Oh, YouTube chat has a limit. Okay. I will include the last call to action, which is a call to join DSA. If you want to include that in your Signal bot, there you go. Join DSA. There you go. But the base of the Democratic Party wants this fight. They want to see Democratic leadership fight for them. They want to see Democratic leadership win for them. They want Democratic leadership to actually try and, staunch the wounds that are being inflicted upon the body politic. They want action. And sitting back and saying, we're just going to let this guy beat the hell out of you, and whatever of you is left will come crawling to us years hence, is not a winning strat. And it's insane. Asked if Jeffries is feeling heat from the left, former Congressional Progressive Caucus Chair Pramila Jayapal responded that, "Oh, I think so." It's wild, dog. But the party is far less popular than it was 8 years ago, even with its own base. Polling this month from Quinnipiac University found just 40% of self-identified Democrats approve of the job their party was doing in Congress, alongside 19% of independents. 40% of independents and 79% of Republicans approved of how the GOP was doing. Just insane tanking of the numbers by current Democratic leadership, right? And one of the things I found really fascinating today is that, or rather yesterday, is this piece by Robert Evans. Okay? I was recently leaked a document that was written by and for think tank and DNC affiliated policy wonks and circulated in private chats. It describes in unsparing terms the threat Curtis Yarvin, neo-reactionary tech founders, and Elon Musk pose to democracy. And the thing that I find interesting about this is that this is currently being shared in the back channels. This is what the scuttlebutt is. When you're hearing about what policy wonks and think tank bros are talking about, they're talking about it because their Democratic folks have approached them and said, "What do you think about this?" Because it's really on our minds and our constituents are really worried about it. Come up with a way to make this like a thing we can speak on with authority. And that's what's happening here. Someone approached these people to figure out what Democratic messaging should be related to this fascist coup. That's good. Because it also is not something that someone could do with a relatively small amount of power. You would have to have pretty decent sway with these kinds of folks. So what I find interesting about this is that it indicates a level of differentiation among the main Democratic Party of elected officials and perhaps folks like Hakeem Jeffries, who will never change. You know? DNC members inside the party machine. No, like DNC policy wonks, like the people that DNC folks rely on to crunch the numbers and like see what policies are popular and such. And taking a look at this, it's interesting. Since February 5th, 2025, a document warning about Curtis Yarvin and the Silicon Valley-led coup attempt has been circling among think tank experts and DNC employees. The document is titled The Imminent Neo-Reactionary Threat to the American Republic. It opens with the statement that the brief was iteratively and collectively compiled by a broad, bipartisan, and decentralized network of experts who wish to remain anonymous due to concerns about being targeted. The full document is here. You can see the table of contents below. Very interesting stuff. The title of the actual file when I received it was Evidence Brief for Journalists, and the introduction describes its aim as explaining the nature of the current political crisis to journalists who are attempting to inform the public. This would lead one to think the document was largely written for the benefit of the press. However, I spoke with two sources who are members of these groups and received the document. They told me, to their knowledge, the document mostly is spreading among people you might broadly refer to as policy wonks. One source I interviewed explained, it is a thing for think tanks to frame overviews for lay people as briefs for journalists or Congress. See the IPCC reports. Part of me thinks the framing for journalists is just a shortcut for this is somewhat specialized knowledge broken down. The paper opens by acknowledging the scope of the executive power grab being perpetrated under President Musk and the destabilization wrought by Elon Musk and his Doge team. It then notes the threat is an order of magnitude beyond just a presidential power grab. Musk, it argues, is tied to a broader group of Silicon Valley tech elites, including Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, who seek to end democracy. Curtis Yarvin is labeled as a thought leader in this group called the neo-reactionaries. I will stop here to note that this summary is accurate enough for mass consumption, but I have some issues with it. Musk probably would not label himself a neo-reactionary and does not have much of a history with Yarvin. Peter Thiel does, but it's more of a relationship of patronage than mutual influence. It would be more accurate to say that Thiel and Andreessen find Yarvin useful because of his success in spreading to a lot of young techie kids the idea that CEOs should run the world. Musk, I feel, has largely jumped on this bandwagon because those kids are useful foot soldiers. Yarvin's ideas about retiring all government employees and destroying the independent media and academia are convenient for his own ambitions. This context may be unnecessary for explaining the danger to regular people, but I think it is a mistake to credit Yarvin with more power than he holds. And that's absolutely true. And I think it's also perhaps accurate to label Elon Musk as a neo-reactionary with the understanding that Elon Musk would never call himself that because that's way too many syllables for him. You know? That being said, it's quite possible that that's exactly the category he fits into. Okay? That all said, the document sums up the threat quite well. The neo-reactionaries have openly stated their aims to destroy the nation-state and the constitutional order and replace them with a newly privately owned corporate state to be run by a CEO dictator. Citizens become subjects owned by the state slaves, because everything rots when it has no owner, human beings included. And that's basically a direct quote from like this from this ideological line. You know, the idea of this is that it's a neo-reactionary because it's a reactionary movement predicated on kind of these new age technologist rooted or technology rooted ideas, kind of an oligarchy, technocracy, and feudalism all combined into one thing. Again, there are a lot of different terms you could use here. Cloud feudalism, Balaji Srinivasan calls it the network state. There are a lot of different ways you can frame it, but it mostly boils down to the same thing, kind of a techno-feudalism. Okay? The quoted lines are, of course, Yarvin's. From here, the document argues that Musk and his team are attempting to bring about this dystopia by taking over the nervous system of the state. This would be the data and communication systems Doge is trying to centralize in its unaccountable hands. Next, the authors of this document make a call to action. Quote, the most dramatic reversals of democratic breakdown, 1977 India, 2022 Brazil, 2023 Poland, have been accomplished by radically large tent cross-ideological coalitions with little in common except a desire for the continuation of a constitutional order. Evidence suggests the present threat to American democracy is dire enough that such a broad tent approach focused on Musk and his associates may be required. This is the most interesting and hopeful part of the whole document for me. For one thing, I think it accurately states what is needed in the present moment, a popular front against autocracy and dictatorship. I would add to their list of relevant examples France from 1934 to 1938. It is heartening to see evidence that this understanding has started to grow within the DNC policy set. And that's kind of where I'm at here, chat. That's kind of where I'm at here. Because part of my fear is that this entire section of the Democratic DNC establishment was just too out of touch to hear that message. Was just too out of touch to actually understand the existential nature of the threat arrayed against us. And if that's the case, it's kind of like we the people are on our own to pull ourselves out of this. And any hint or sign that we could get institutional support for our broad popular front against this fascist coup, that's good. That's good. Superjet guy, please understand. We're not talking about DNC members. We're talking about the people, the DNC folks, whether they are elected officials in the Democratic Party or they are internal voting members of the DNC, or they're like the Ken Martins of the world. They rely on a certain groups of, let's call them thinky boys. And these thinky boys come up with good ideas that may be popular for politicians in elected office. Now, the fact that these ideas are being, this particular idea about the existential threat arrayed against us is being passed around in those thinky boy circles is good. Because those thinky boys influence what the electeds do, and they also influence what DNC members do. They have a lot of influence around them while wielding very little actual power themselves. And so the fact that this is getting traction in those circles indicates that there is a shift in the winds, because they would not be picking this up if some of their elected officials or some, maybe Ken Martin, maybe others internal to the DNC would, they don't look at these things unless someone is approaching them and saying, hey, is this real, or should we be worried about this? It's an indicator of where a lot of elected officials may currently be. And that indicator is positive for us when we're talking about averting fascism and building this coalition. Okay? The source who sent me this document in the first place described themselves as a member of, quote, a few unofficial networks of climate activists who are high-ranking in the government and policy/think tank circles, unquote. They noted that these are normally very milquetoast lib spaces, but they're being radicalized rapidly. And that's the key here. Because usually those thinky boys are not radicals. Those thinky boys are in the bag for capitalism. Those thinky boys are in the bag for establishment democratic policies, just by and large. But what this indicates is that this document and that these threats are enough to scare the shit out of these thinky boys. And so the thinky boys, in response to having the shit scared out of them, as well as like having these democratic lawmakers and members of the DNC approach them, are sharing around this document to describe for, members of Congress, for other elected officials, for members of the DNC, the nature of the threat. That's what this is for. Okay? That's what's happening. So, it's good. It's good. It's a positive sign. How do we get it in front of more Congress critters? You could share it. I'll link it here. The full document. You could share it in an email with your elected representatives. Of course. Let me pull this up. I'll share the link in chat for you guys. Boop. 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 But yeah, it's an interesting document for sure. About 27 pages. Going over just in a way to make it very clear what the threat is, what's at stake, why this is happening, exactly why this movement is so existentially damaging, etc. It's good stuff. A link to the article. Here you go. Here's a link to the Shatter Zone Substack. Boop. 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 In what format do I send the doc? You can just send it as a link. The same link I sent here, you can also send. And so, yeah, it's a very positive sign that the milquetoast libs are starting to wake up. And it might take them a bit longer to continue waking up, but folks like Hakeem Jeffries are rapidly becoming the outlier. They're rapidly being pushed off to the side because they are clearly doing nothing. I want the title Thinky Boy. Yes, it's also downloadable as a PDF as well from the link I posted. But yeah, it goes over a lot of Curtis Yarvin's concept of a butterfly revolution, largely what a lot of the current ongoing fascist coup attempt is attempting, Yeah. It's not great. It's not great. But it is good that people are waking up. I will get this out to my local Dems. Fuck yeah, Dragonfly. Let's circulate this in as many places as possible within our DSAs, within our local Democratic parties, within our whatever reach we got, circulate that document because it will explain a lot of what's going on. My brother works for a judge in Delaware. Shall I send this to him? Sure. Why not? Wouldn't hurt. There's nothing secret about the document. It's already been leaked. Share it with whoever you think it might be useful for. Let's just, I just want to leave you guys with the last portion of this here. Again, I do not believe Elon Musk is particularly well read on Curtis Yarvin's work, but Yarvin's dream of a CEO king ruling next to a puppet president gels with what some of Elon's confidants have described as his ambition, and I will add, gels perfectly with what we've seen today in the cabinet meeting, where he stood up and lorded over the entire cabinet and Donald Trump, the president. It's observable at this point. A recent Vanity Fair article quoted a close associate of Musk's from Silicon Valley. He told them, Elon believes he should be emperor of the world, and this is his way of showing people what he's capable of as emperor. He truly believes his way of handling the world is the best possible outcome for everyone in it. The last few weeks provide more than enough proof that the authors of this document accurately understand the danger we are in. Unfortunately, aside from the suggestion of a popular front against dictatorship, the document is short on solutions. There is one line that promises Section 3 articulates what Congress and other actors can do to stop Musk. However, the document in its present form does not include a Section 3 or any comprehensive suggestions. If the situation weren't so dire, I might find that funny. But that's kind of why we're in the cool zone, guys. The cool zone doesn't have any nice, neat answers. If it did, it wouldn't be the cool zone. What we got is the very obvious and correct conclusion, and that is we need to build up as much popular support as humanly possible to oppose this with every fiber and every particulate of fight we have. It needs to be apparent in the streets that it is not acceptable for this to happen. That it will not be allowed to happen. That regardless of what powers the president may claim or what powers Elon Musk might claim, we the people stand with the Constitution of the United States and we will fight to keep it. And I think that is the point of building that broad popular front. And that is why we need politicians. We need these people in positions of power in order to more effectively fight, to gum up the works, to buy more time for us to organize and reach a critical mass of support that they dare not oppose. That's the name of the game at this point, as far as I can tell. I would really, really, really love if that were not the case, but we have thus far avoided all of the off-ramps from this particular conclusion. So that's where we're at. Hopefully that clarifies some of the situation for you guys. That's why we need to outlaw billionaires, among many other things, yes. Sean Fain should absolutely read this document. Send it to him. So, we did it, folks. We finished it. I guess my final thought on that is just I don't think the Hakeem Jeffries of the world are going to win the day, either against the fascist coup that is unfolding or against the might of the people that is rising up. I don't think they've got I don't think they got the juice.
Let's fight! Yeah! You all ready to lock in? Yeah! We are not giving up this country without a fight. Isn't that right? We will not give up on our people and the institutions and the programs and the services that help people live their lives without a fight. So if they want us to go down, they should know we are not going down without the biggest fight they have ever seen. I want you all to know that we have a plan and that we need one another in this moment. This moment is bigger than any one of us. This moment takes all of us. But we will win. We will win. These folks, Elon Musk and whatever group of corrupt people he's got coming in here, looting Social Security, looting our federal programs. We had countless more people that were laid off unjustly this weekend. How many of you know someone that's been affected by this? People need to understand that federal workers do work that is part of the lifeblood of our society. National Park Service workers, National Forest Service workers, everyday working people, sometimes the only vacation they can afford to take their kids on is to our national public lands, to our national public parks and services. And it's those people that folks like Elon Musk are laying off, preventing not just the workers, but millions of Americans who rely on everything from Medicaid to a public park to have any semblance of dignity in our lives. That's what he's stripping away. That's what he's trying to take away. Don't let anyone take the focus off of what is happening right in this present moment. Elon Musk is not going after efficiency. He's not going after making these things better for people. He's trying to steal Medicaid so that he can enrich himself. He is trying to steal and gut NASA to align his pockets with SpaceX. He is trying to gut everything that is good in America for his own private profit.
It's true. She's spitting. Also, Vandom VA, we talked about it at the beginning of stream. But Roberts isn't giving Trump the power of the purse yet. The stay on USAID, the USAID freeze or unfreeze, is just, at the very least is understandable considering it was an emergency request made like at 9 o'clock in the evening or 10 o'clock in the evening, DC time. And there were like 2 hours left to like make a decision. So my understanding is that the stay lasts until this Friday in order for the Supreme Court to convene and actually talk about what should be done. So that's my understanding. If I'm off base about that, I will own that. But currently, that's my understanding. Now, it could very well be that SCOTUS does do a fuckery, but We don't know that yet. But that is the reason why this stream is titled the way it is. We're teetering on a showdown between SCOTUS and the White House. That's why I did title it that. Because that's the cool zone. That's when the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court gives an order and then the White House does not follow it, what happens? That's when we're truly in endgame constitutional crisis. We've been in one for a while now, but we're getting real close. We're potentially 2 days away, and that's scary as shit.
This is the culmination of what oligarchy is all about and what oligarchy seeks to do. It's the fusion of and the capture by the billionaire class of our democracy. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, the conservative Supreme Court that is not completely conservative, and also, as I've been pointing out time and time again, there's a difference between a conservative or a liberal conservative, someone who conservative who believes in the concept of liberalism, and a fascist. And I am not quite sure who on the Supreme Court is a fascist versus who will simply give up power to a fascist like Trump versus who is a conservative. And there is a difference between those two things. I do not think, combined with the liberal-minded judges, that there are enough fascists on the Supreme Court for it to capitulate to Donald Trump, at least when it comes to a constitutional point of order, I guess. But we'll find out. It's going to be interesting to see.
Do. But it's very important to understand that it is not sustainable. They may seem like they have power right now, but all of this dramatic action is trying to create the sense of inevitability, the sense of power, so that we abdicate in advance. I want everyone who is here and folks who are watching who are not here, especially our federal workers, to listen to me very carefully, because we have very specific instructions in this moment. And I don't say this as a Democrat. I don't say this as a person with any sort of specific political views in this moment. I say this as an American who has sworn an oath to the United States Constitution. And as someone who cares about this Constitution and who cares about this country, we have an
Vandom VA, I did hear about that. I'm much more worried about much more worried about bird flu.
Obligation to resist kings. We have an obligation to resist oligarchs. We have a sworn duty to this nation to resist oligarchy, including any billionaire that tries to undermine our Constitution. America is not for sale. They are only as powerful as we consent to believe them to be powerful.
Yo, Dragonfly, that's wonderful news. Had a former Republican at my meeting today. He said he wanted to see Dems control the entire country. Let's go.
So when we are sitting down and they try to storm these offices and dismiss people, the key here, make them. Make them. Don't agree.
Have that brat energy.
In advance. Don't go quietly. Don't make it easy. Make them. And there are specific ways that we all can do it. Document it. They want to do something? Put it in an email. And I say this very intentionally because we will work in the streets, in the courts, in public opinion, in our art, everywhere. We can overwhelm them.
There's more of us than there are of
We
you.
outnumber them. Understand our power in this moment. Don't give up our power. Don't shy away from our power. Every small action matters. They want us to give in to this idea of meaninglessness. They want us to be seduced by nihilism. They want us to be cowed down by cynicism. Don't let them. Every action matters. Make them. Every 5 minutes you stall matters. Every email you send, forcing that little extra layer to ensure that they comply with the law.
Midnight Moonlight, thanks for subscribing.
Strength in numbers. Swarm their asses and kick em right in the danglers.
Let's go!
You have to understand that we are working in tandem. And I want to give you a really specific story about this. I haven't shared this publicly before. But about 2 weeks ago, I was in Washington, D.C. And I got notice. We had caught wind of the fact that the Doge team was trying to infiltrate the Department of Labor.
Join the DSA. Intend to join my local Dems.
Let's
Order
go!
200 postcards. Not letting my state go without a fight.
Let's go, Zuto! Thank you for the $5 super chat, and thank you for joining your local DSA and your local Dems and getting your postcards. And we'll try and lock down some other door knocking opportunities and phone banking opportunities in Wisconsin. We're going to be fighting every step of the way, and if these fascist fucks think they're going to buy us and we're just going to roll over and make it easy for them, they're going to have another thing coming.
And that they were going to come in and try to intimidate nonpartisan federal workers into handing over some of the most sensitive labor data that we have in the Department of Labor. And understand, just like there are consequences at the Treasury Department and so many other departments, and the department...
Oh, yeah, also reach out to Dragonfly if you do join your local Dems. Dragonfly has a signal chat for those of you who have joined up with your local Dems. I believe there's also a signal chat for those of you who've joined up with DSA. So, yeah, again, for the local Dems, reach out to Dragonfly. For the DSA signal chat, reach out to GamerG in the Discord. You guys are great. Thank you.
Of labor, if those numbers get compromised, our jobs report is harder to believe, U.S. economic data becomes less reliable to believe, highly consequential. And I had heard that the Doge team was going ahead over there around 4 p.m. that same day. And I said, well,
Sunglasses, the issue I have with accelerationism is that the more time, the less time we have to organize, the more the acceleration just kills more of us. And I'm not someone who's just going to sit idly by while good people die for no reason. So I intend to fight, I intend to gum up the works, and I intend to give us as much time as we can to organize so that we can survive this. Because that's what I care about. I don't care about some grand project, and I am not, in fact, in favor of sacrificing a single person in this community just to achieve potentially, maybe, a better outcome from the ashes of their funeral pyre. And I have a fair amount of contempt for people who would do that.
Here's one thing that I know that I can do, is that we can remind some of our federal workers over there of all of our legal obligations to comply with the law that forbid us from handing over sensitive classified personnel and classified information.
Good night, Iron Feathers.
So I drafted up a letter. And people say, oh, letters, who cares? But I said, whatever, this isn't going to be a public-facing thing. I drafted up a letter reminding the department and reminding folks of their legal obligations. Say, okay, Doge wants to write letters, just seeking power, let's use our authority. Drafted it, and I marched on over to the Department of Labor. I was able to access the building without anybody knowing. accessed the building and I went inside the Department of Labor. And I was able to drop this off and remind the exact people who DOGE was going to pressure of their legal obligations. And I said, can I get your commitment that you will do your best to comply with the law, should you be asked to hand over this information? They said, yes. What we can at least do is ensure that it goes through all the proper legal channels, go to the Solicitor General and all of this other stuff, which is more than we can say at other departments, right? Where they just felt like they didn't know what to do, so they just handed it over. But we got that commitment, right? And this every step of the way, one person or a person could easily say, oh, the letter doesn't matter. Oh, taking that step doesn't matter. Who cares? They're going to hand it over. But watch this. That meeting was supposed to be at 4 p.m. I walked through those doors at 3:30 p.m. for this thing.
Yeah, Sunglasses X, if that means sacrificing the trans people in my community, fuck that. Fuck that nonsense. If you want to burn other people so that your brother can be safe in another country for 4 to 8 years as opposed to 30 years, fuck that. I do not fuck with people who are willing to sacrifice members of this community like you're pieces on a goddamn chessboard. Fuck that. You have no business organizing with others when you view them as disposable. You get no solidarity from me when you treat others in this community as if they're garbage to be disposed of when you're done. I will sacrifice no trans person, no disabled person, no black or brown person, no person of color, no marginalized people here get sacrificed so that
Building
we
a new
can get
society
to
on
work.
the ashes of the pyres of martyrs is the grim consolation prize of people who failed to stop the burning.
Exactly. I do not fuck with that. And I do not fuck with you. If your solidarity is only a pretense so you can burn a bunch of people in your wake in some attempt to make the unpleasantness get over with sooner, nah. That's why I don't fuck with accelerationism. And if you're trying to come in here and tell me, oh, well, you know what, I think we should just let it all go to hell. You know, fuck everyone, I'll get mine. That's the same attitude that brought us here in the first place, just from the richest assholes on the planet. And I do not fuck with recreating the mindset of billionaires in my solidarity movement.
Helped off. Got that commitment. Left. That meeting happened. And they were able to say, we've made a promise. We can't hand over that data right now.
Yeah, ain't no brother of mine.
As a nonpartisan federal elected official, they had to answer to two people, right? DOGE came in, they had to take that meeting, but they also had to take my meeting too. And in that time, they said, listen, we have to ensure compliance with the law. We're going to hand it over to Solicitor General. In that time, in that delay, we got a court injunction. So in all of these times, in these moments when you say, oh, what does it matter? Understand that there are millions of us at work at the same time. We are in the business of creating conditions. There's not one act that is going to save all of us. It is going to be the constant pressure and commitment to saving our democracy. They cannot withstand the constant, consistent pressure. They will crumble under it. Every day, our job is to wake up and say, what can I do today? There is no act too small. That does not matter. Every single action matters. And so when they try to come in, make them show a warrant. Make them show a document. Make them assert their authority. Ask them, who are you? Who are you? Because at the end of the day, they're no one. They're just like you, and they're just like me. And he's running around because he thinks he's got a bank account with a lot of zeros in it, that it makes him some kind of super citizen. I don't think so. This is America.
Not in my house.
So I want you all to know that being here matters. The constant pressure matters. We will resist. We will prevail. We outnumber them. They cannot sustain, and we cannot give up. So thank you, everyone. Let's keep pushing it. See you next time.
What a goddamn queen. What a goddamn queen. AOC plays Helldivers 2 confirmed. Yeah. I do think one day that woman is going to be president. I don't know if it's 2028 or 2032 or 2036, but I do believe she's going to be president one day. I think she's got a good shot, and I think she would do really, really well. I think she'd do right by us. Mr. Miyagi, she was old enough to run in 2024. Might be 2028. I mean, yeah, I mean, the way that this fascist regime is radicalizing people, she might be like the one. Yeah, AOC's got the Riz. AOC's got the Riz. And Dreaded World, I'm real sorry to hear. I'm real sorry to hear that Trump in particular screwed you over. That's real rough. Do you see 2026 being a blue wave? Yes, if we can make it. You know, that's kind of the nature of the game we're playing right now. It's electorally on paper, we have an excellent shot of winning in 2026 and 2028 if we can make it there with our democratic apparatuses intact, you know? The issue is, at the rate things are going, we're 1 month in to Donald Trump being a president, and we're already on the verge of a constitutional crisis that appears like it's going to come to a head on Friday. So like, I don't, if things go really wrong, we're gonna be in some deep shit, even deeper shit than we have been. Oh, Ms. Milena, we're still in a constitutional crisis, and we have been for weeks. But what I mean is, like, that constitutional crisis is gonna come to the inflection point, like where the Supreme Court gives like, hey, President Trump, federal government, you have to do the thing. And then if they say no, that's kind of where shit, that's where the constitutional crisis peaks. You know, does that make sense? And that's when we find out who does what. Who's going to enforce the Supreme Court? Who is the military actually loyal to the Constitution? That's when we find out. Do you think there's a point at which they decide, no, the 25th Amendment isn't going to happen? That has to be done by the cabinet? And his cabinet are all handpicked sycophants. They're not going to force him out. Well, the issue, coolest dude in the universe, is if SCOTUS doesn't rule against Trump, they also undermine their own power. That's kind of, at a certain point, you're either just ceremonially rubber stamping something, or, you have teeth. And if the Supreme Court, and I have to be honest with you, I don't see fascists on the court outnumbering older school conservatives and liberals combined, and so if it really does come to a head, like we're talking shit really, really hitting the fan. Yeah, there are a couple who are absolutely in the bag for fascism. I just don't know that they're the majority of the court. So we'll have to see. Well, also, there's not a spine among the Republicans to impeach Donald Trump. So impeachment is off the table. The 25th Amendment is off the table. What the question is what happens when the Supreme Court
What
issues
does
an order
Israel
and they
have
say
on him
no?
where he busted out the charisma for Israel? Like seriously, he won't help us, but he has all this energy for Israel ****** him.
I don't know what you're talking about. The link you used doesn't bring me to anything. So I don't know who you're talking about. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Or don't know. That being said, yeah, it's not in the Supreme Court's interest to allow a fascist coup to happen. I do think that at some point, whether it's this USAID funding or something else, there's going to be a ruling against the federal government. We'll see what they do, and if they try and push their luck to really, ascend as kings, then we're going to see states mobilize, perhaps the U.S. military mobilize. We're going to see a lot of different shit happen, and no one really understands what's going to happen. Well, coolest dude in the universe, like I understand what you're saying. Like, would it make them look weaker if they ruled against Trump and Trump ignored them versus they just rubber stamped what Trump said? I do think that the Supreme Court justices are not homogenous on that count. And I think that of the liberal justices and the conservative yet not fascist justices, I do not think they are I do not think they view the world in those terms necessarily. I do think that they have some kind of fundamental underlying principle in the law. Maybe, hopefully. Guess we'll see. Yeah, they're not eager to throw away their power. New Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman scares me. Wasn't he was he the guy that like Donald Trump's told a bunch of stories about, who's like I don't know, like woefully unqualified for the position, right? I think a lot of my opinion on this is just I don't think the military just listens to that guy, Military is a lot about hierarchy, but it's also about telling your superior no if they give you an unconstitutional order. Yeah, Raisin Cane. If they do an actual coup and ignore the courts, the Secret Service is, I believe, supposed to immediately take action, and I believe it's just a nope, that ain't gonna happen situation. I don't think there's enough goons for them to get away with it. I mean, that'd be pretty cool if they did. I don't know if the Secret Service would do that, but it'd be pretty neat. And also, keep in mind, if we're looking at if the military is going to honor their oaths to the Constitution or honor their oaths to Donald Trump, just remember Donald Trump and Elon Musk are the guys who just cut VA healthcare. They're the guys who are trying to who just took away vacation days for members of the military. They're the guys who just ruled against helping out veterans who had their lungs scarred by toxic burn pits. They're the guys who are constantly fucking over veterans and firing veterans. And, generally speaking, I don't think members of the military are huge fans of that. Don't think they're on board with that project. I think that the material actions that the Trump administration has done so far and intends to do in the future fuck over too many members of the military and too many members of those too many members of the military's families for them to be willing to fight against fellow soldiers in the name of Donald Trump. I have current USAF members in my D&D group, and they are pissed, and they tell me so is everyone else, especially senior officers. Yep. I think if things get to a crisis point, it's not even gonna be close. Yeah, Stoudman, the other day we watched the U.S. Army chorus line perform at the White House Governor's Ball, and they chose to perform "Do You Hear the People Sing," which let me tell you guys, if you are in the Army and a fan of musical theater and you choose "Do You Hear the People Sing" to perform for Donald Trump, that's not an accidental choice. You don't accidentally choose to perform that like a day or two after he declared himself a king. But aren't there a lot of chauvinist Trump supporters in the military? There are a number of them, yeah. But I don't think they're going to be louder or more numerous or more powerful than the people who hate his fucking guts and took an oath and that they actually meant to the Constitution of the United States. I think you're naive, but I hope you're right. I don't know. I've spent a lot of time stressedly looking at like data and demographic breakdowns and like voting records of these different groups in the military, and I got to tell you, I think that if we get a call to show our hands on the table, like I think we have a winning hand. And that's not even taking into account different states mobilizing. That's not taking into account a lot of other aspects that could come to the fore when we're talking about an actual coup coming into fruition. Because if you think the states are just going to sit idly by when that happens, no, sir. No, sir. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Coming from like the Midwest of Minnesota, I can tell you guys, like, we aren't gonna just get ruled by a king who just usurped the Constitution and crowned himself. I don't know if you guys have ever met someone from the Midwest, but we don't take kindly to titles or thrones or fancy hats out here. Wouldn't that be a second civil war? If that's what they can muster, but I don't think they got the juice for that. And not only that, but I'm going to throw one other thing out there. Chat, what do you need in order to fight a war? If you dig down into the nitty-gritty, what do you need to fight a war? Troops. That's definitely a thing. What do you need to have troops? Ah, Fenry's got it. Money. You need money. Chat, where are they gonna find money if they try and do a coup attempt to pay the US military? If it really comes down to it, folks, I think we have the winning hand for a lot of reasons. You need to be able to pay your troops. That's like one of the number one things you need to be able to do. If you have a formalized military, you need to be able to pay them and you need to be able to feed them. And with money, you can buy many goods. What role does the National Guard of blue states play? I mean, it would play the role of like mobilizing some form of resistance, but like genuinely, if we're talking about mobilizing the National Guard, we're having a very different kind of conversation. I'm just trying to make $20 buys you many peanuts. Exactly, Spitfire. Thank you for understanding the reference I was trying to make. So all I'm trying to say here is that when the rubber hits the road here, I think that we have the winning hand. Pro-democracy forces have the winning hand. There is not a colossal stomach to fight a civil war or to maintain a monarchy or a CEO dictator or whatever the hell these Curtis Yarvin, Balaji Srinivasan, fascist fucks want to call it. There is not an appetite for a king in America, and there never has been. So, all I'm saying is that if things get to worst case scenario, I do believe we win. I also don't think it's likely we're going to get to worst case scenario. I do think that there is, we're going to find out on Friday, like the severity of our constitutional crisis. We'll find out. I think it's pretty goddamn severe. it will be interesting to see if the Trump administration tries to push that or respects the courts. And if it's not going to be this court case, it's going to be another one of like the 100 others that are coming down the pipe, you know? But there is an appetite for a yes, queen. The Confederate demons, much like the fictional Skaven, are cruel and evil but cowards at their core. They will only fight what they think are when they think the odds are overwhelmingly in their favor. True. And even then they would lose. You know? Like, what is this Sake Tanuki? I'm scared.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
It's so good! I love him so much. I love the Command and Conquer games so much. God, they were so good. Red Alert is amazing. Amazing stuff. I love how he broke so hard. Let's watch that again just for fun. Just for fun. We'll watch it twice.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Dude knew exactly what he was doing, too. Dude knew exactly, like, look at the exact
Commander,
moment.
you've reigned that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Like, look at him, like, come so close to fucking breaking. You can hear him start to laugh.
Space!
I bet they had to cut it right there, because otherwise he just broke down laughing immediately. Spice! Oh god, what an incredible man. Okay, but the question is Tim Curry doing bad acting, or is Tim Curry doing incredible acting? Because I consider it incredible. You know, you do not need to have like perfect human affectation to sell a role. Sometimes selling a role is just snickering in the middle of it and delivering it anyway. It's so good. Yeah, he understood the assignment. He's so good in Clue. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but like Clue is such a good movie. It's so much fun. Muppets Treasure Island, absolute classic. Tim Curry is a horse, confirmed. Well, folks, we've been going for over 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't make it happen without you fine folks. And I certainly appreciate it. We got any Oilers out there? Oilers? Oilers? We appreciate you. I appreciate you, Ms. Milena. Ollies? Yeah. Wait, Tim Curry didn't play Dr. Robotnik, right? Didn't he play, or wasn't that Jim Carrey? Uncle Gumbald!
Flames, 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 on the side of my face.
Thank you so much for the $5 dono. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs and for the lovely Tim Curry clip. Did you see the movie The Interview? I have seen the movie The Interview. Whew. How we doing? Also, just want to say, again, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and we have a solid 470 people watching this stream right now, and that's insane to me. That is a number of people that I, a year ago, would not have predicted would be watching my stream at 2 o'clock in the morning. So thank you all for being here and for giving me your time and your eyeballs and for wanting to work together with me to make this world a better place. Because I know it feels like an uphill battle and it's gonna be hard, but we're gonna do it, you know? I started out as one lady in a bedroom with a camera and a microphone. And over the course of a handful of years, I've been able to build up this incredible community where there are hundreds of people watching and interested in doing what they can to make this world a better place. And once this time of crisis is past, and it will not last forever, chat, we're going to use this energy and this group of people that we've built up together and relied upon together, and we are going to smash the democratic establishment and build a better world, a more equitable world, a kinder world, with healthcare for all, democracy in the workplace, and all, you know, we're going to do it. We're going to figure it out. And we're going to do great things together, chat. Yeah, maybe one of you will run for president. Maybe I'll run for president. You all can have fun with the scandal of my OnlyFans being outed to the world. Shimps together strong. Let's go. Existential dread has freed me from my addiction to sleeping every night, loving the late night streams. Yeah, existential dread has motivated me to religiously exercise, regardless of what time it is. I might go and run for, 30 minutes to an hour to burn off just nervous energy. Whew. And folks, one last call for subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. before we go. And who needs OnlyFans when you can sell lingerie? True! Coming soon. Unironically coming soon. We're going to be launching either right before June or during June. It's going to be very exciting. We're getting the final samples off to the factory this week. We're doing it. Wait, really? Really cute dark arts? My partner, I don't, I haven't talked about it in a while. My partner went to one of the best lingerie design schools in the world, and her lifelong dream has been to design lingerie. And after meeting me, she decided that she wanted to make like gender affirming lingerie for like trans women and like gender non-conforming folks. And so we started like she and I work together, and it's mostly her. I don't want to take too much of the spotlight. It's mostly her. I just help out with a few things here and there and help model the lingerie. But um she came up with Imogene Olivia. That's the name of the brand. And our tagline is gender euphoric lingerie. And yeah, it's designed specifically to accommodate like trans femmes who haven't had bottom surgery. There's like kind of a flattening fit, and we're also at some point in the future, not this first season, going to have an enhancing fit for people who don't feel dysphoric about their bits. And yeah, it's I don't know. I think it's really, really cute. And we're going to be launching it soon. What about gender fluid, folks? Well, the secret is it may be marketed towards gender, like it might be marketed towards trans femmes, but anyone who wants to can wear it, and it will feel good on you. But it's marketed towards trans femmes because there's not a lot of good feminine like lingerie for like trans folks. If you look around, the underwear for trans folks tends to be very unisex and not super cute. And so the entire ethos was let's make something sexy and cute and playful and fun, and not what I uncharitably described as a Homer Simpson panty. Yeah, we did some market research, and we yeah. What about demographic that isn't included? Look, if I'm just gonna say, just because it's not marketed to cis men doesn't mean cis men can't buy our product, wear it, and feel cute in it. Okay, you're valid regardless of what your gender identity is. It's just marketing towards femme folk. But anyone can wear it. There are no rules. Just wear what makes you feel affirmed and euphoric. Dare I ask what a Homer Simpson panty is? It's like Homer Simpson's like I forget what they're called, not boxer brief. Like what's the type of underwear Homer Simpson wears? I forget what the actual phrase for that design is called. But tighty whities, yeah. Like a lot of like trans underwear is kind of unisex and like not cute and just kind of like that design, but like in light purple or lavender or something, and like that's not cute. At least not to me. I'm sure that some people might find it cute. Not my thing. Are they just called briefs? I don't know. I wear boxers because I'm a grown-ass man. Yeah, granny panty and mask form. Yeah. I want something cute. All right, I want something cute. And we have a really cute design. Our first like bra panty combo isn't going to be like It's not gonna have an underwire, but it is cute. It's like a bralette with like some light boning, and it's really really cute. I will show it to you guys when we get our first shipment. It's gonna be so cute. Light boning. Ah, I walked right into that one. I I think viewer numbers will peak during this segment. It's possible. For whatever reason, you know, for whatever reason, people do be coming in at the weirdest times. Yeah, all powerful Kagan. It's gonna be really really cool, and like the goal is to have inclusive sizing, and um we're just our first season is kind of like the test season to see what works, and then we're gonna have a second season where we roll out new designs, maybe in the fall. We'll see. But it's so exciting, and like she's wanted to make this happen her entire life, and like seeing her make her dream come true makes me so happy. And it's really really sweet that she wanted to embark on this journey, because she saw how I felt when I tried to put on underwear for cis ladies, and it did not at all fit me, and it made me very sad. And so she wanted to make underwear that did fit me and made me feel happy, and that I think is a struggle a lot of trans folks can relate to. You know, the entire idea of it is so that you can wear this and not feel like you have to tuck in order to fit into the panty, because tucking sucks. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. I hope you guys like what we've been working on. It's been a long journey. I just woke up because I've been having a total nervous breakdown as a trans girl who just started HRT. I feel so scared and angry and hopeless all the time. Your streams feel like a little beacon of hope. And Getter, it will get better. I promise it's not always going to feel like an ongoing nervous breakdown, but I also understand like everything feels kind of fucked right now. You know? I get it. I've been exercising, and that's helped me to kind of keep everything together, but even so it's hard. Packing sucks too. Yeah. And I think at some point we want to like roll out some products where like there are some like like masculine trans folks who still want like a feminine brief or something, and we might roll that out, just to look kind of cute or edgy or something. I don't know, but we're gonna be working on a lot of stuff. Yes, well, the entire goal of it, cute dark arts, is that it is going to be Packer compatible, because part of the difficulty in designing was designing underwear that would accommodate trans women who hadn't had bottom surgery or had no intention of getting bottom surgery. And so the goal is to have this underwear that is compatible with whatever kind of bits you have.
I had a suggestion, but you won't let me send it in a super chat.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the $10 super chat, though. I really, really appreciate it. I've dated many a gender fluid, and believe me, lace is for everyone. True! Lace is so cute. What would trans mask underwear be like? Honestly, that's a better question for my partner. She knows a lot more about different underwear styles than I do. Okay, folks. I am gonna go maybe move my body a little bit to try and feel less stressed. And I will see you all tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll play some Elden Ring. I intended to play some today, but we just we talked about a lot of stuff, and I feel like all of that was really important. And unfortunately, a lot of this stuff isn't going to be edited right away, because again, I still have the project of deleting everything on Twitch so I can make more highlights. Thanks, Twitch. Bye, everybody.
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, when he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful kiss underneath the sheets. But what a beautiful dream.